Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by Honda. We've been fans since day one. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Welcome to Florida. And that is not here at the ballpark, so you can relax a little bit. But it is a night game here inside the Trop. Beautiful afternoon here in St. Petersburg today. Blue Jays trying to make it 2 in a row against the Tampa Bay Rays. The Jays won 4-2 last night, and a big blow in that ball game, a grand slam by Kendrys Morales. His first home run as a Blue Jay. And he becomes the 9th player in franchise history. He hit a grand slam for his first home run in a Blue Jays unit. That's Matt Andriese. He's going to take them out for Tampa Bay tonight. John Gibbons' lineup a little bit different tonight. He's got Devin Travis back in the order, and Roberto Osuna will pitch a simulated game here tomorrow. That'll be an interesting affair. Here's the lineup, and Devin Travis back in the top of the order. He has hit well against the Rays in the past. Last year, .395 average, 15 for 38. He scored 7 and drove in 7. Kendrys Morales, he's driven in 5 of the team's 8 runs scored so far. He's a run producer year in and year out. You can count on him for getting big hits. His grand slam last night was his 4th career grand slam.
And you're starting to see the hitters get their timing back just a little bit more. You're going to have to do that tonight against Matt Andriese. He's got all 4 pitches, and he likes to change speeds. The Rays think very highly of Matt Andriese, so much so that they traded away 2 starters from the rotation last year. That was Matt Moore and Drew Smyly over the winter, so Andriese could start for him. He split some time in 2016 between the bullpen and the rotation. Spent the beginning of last season in the minor leagues in AAA, then made 6 starts, recalled on May the 8th. He started the last season at 6-0. Didn't lose his first game until June the 25th. He finished at 8-8. For his career, he's made 3 starts and 4 relief appearances against the Blue Jays. In fact, he got his first major league save against the Blue Jays back in April of 2015.
Take a look at the defense behind Matt Andriese. Peter Borges gets the start in left field. Kevin Kiermaier picked up his platinum glove prior to this game, indicating the best defensive player in the American League. Steven Souza Jr. is in right. Longoria, Beckham, Miller, and Ricky Weeks making the start at first base. Derek Norris behind the plate. Last night it was Jesus Sucre catching. Tonight it's Norris handling Andriese.
Well, you want to see another good defender? How about Evan Longoria? Always got to talk about him. When you're talking about the Rays, last season just 9 errors at third base. He joined Carney Lansford as the only third baseman in Major League history with back-to-back seasons of 10 errors or less. And Longoria made a couple of nice plays in last night's game. He was in on 30 double plays last season as a third baseman. That's a very high number. Still one of the best with the glove.
Longoria took a hit away from Russell Martin in the top of the 9th with a fine play going toward the line. Well, Devin Travis is back. He did not play in the game last night. Nothing wrong with him, just a night off. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It is in there for a strike, and we are underway. Devin hit 300 on the nose a year ago. 28 doubles, 11 home runs, and 50 driven in. Look out.
You know, that's one thing, Buck, that I have noticed over the last couple of seasons, that Tampa Bay Ray pitchers are not afraid to brush back some of the Blue Jay hitters. We all know about the great power that they have, but they are not afraid to throw inside. Throw a fastball in there, you can go back outside.
Big slider missed away. 2 balls and a strike to the leadoff man here in the top of the first. Travis, for his career, a .370 hitter against Tampa Bay. 2 homers and 13 driven in against the Rays.
You know, he can flat out hit. He can hit. He's got a great approach at the plate. Not a lot of extra movement. He can take his walks if he has to, and if you make a mistake, and right now he's in a hitter's count, he can really juice a ball. .3-1. Hit high in the air, not that deep. Kiermaier
ranging back just in front of the warning track, makes the play, 1 away.
Let's take a little closer look at tonight's starter for the Tampa Bay Rays. That is Matt Andriese, and what he will use. His fastball, he'll two-seam it at times. Sinker slider type of pitcher. Curveball, slider, and his changeup, which he throws 25% of the time, might be his best pitch. It's a really good one. He can cut his fastball. He'll throw it to the outside part of the plate against those right-handers, but that changeup is a good one. When he is on, he'll get his share of ground ball outs.
Another pitch inside off the plate for ball 1 to Donaldson. Josh was 0 for 3 in the game last night, but he got a big walk in the third with 2 outs. That was followed by a Bautista walk and a grand slam by Morales. Donaldson, now 31 years old. It's his 3rd season with the Blue Jays. He was, of course, the American League MVP in 2015. Pulled foul off speed pitch. Donaldson is consistent. He tees it up day in and day out. Over the last 4 seasons, fewest games he's played 155. In 13, 14, and 15, he played exactly 158 games.
And he really rises to the occasion in big games against big teams, against big pitching staffs. It's a good staff that the Rays have.
Tough pitch down and away for a strikeout.
Well, they go in early, then a bunch of soft stuff in the middle of the at-bat, and then he's going to follow it up with a fastball away. Not one of those burners. They don't throw it 95, 96 miles an hour. About 92, 93, but this is great location right here. Away, you can see Josh might have been sitting on an off-speed pitch.
Jose Bautista bats with 2 outs and nobody on. Bautista 1 for 11 in the early going. He has 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. Derek Norris catching tonight. They picked him up right at the end of spring training after the Nationals released him. He was signed by the Nationals, and then the Nationals signed Matt Wieters. So he became expendable. They let him go, and Tampa Bay picked him up.
The domino effect in baseball. That means Luke Maile lost his job here in Tampa Bay, and he is now property of the Blue Jays.
Maile was picked up, and he will report to AAA Buffalo. 26-year-old catcher. 2-1 to Bautista. Blue Jays trying to make it 2 in a row here in Tropicana Field. Late on that fastball. Bautista has 31 career home runs hitting against the Rays.
Now you can see the defense straightening out just a little bit after that pitch was fouled off by Bautista. They'll play 3 infielders on the left side of the infield until they get to 2 strikes, and then they'll start straightening out just a little bit more.
Tough pitch inside. He's able to stay alive as Bautista fouled it up. Jose played 12 games in 2004 with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the time. That was the year in which he appeared with 4 different major league teams: Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Kansas City, and Pittsburgh. He had 4 different suitcases at the end of the year.
With different tags on it from different organizations. That's hard to believe, isn't it? But you see it so many times in baseball that there's just not a fit for a player in certain organizations, and then they end up in one organization. Somebody says something to them, they unlock the talent that's in there, and all of a sudden you become a superstar, and that's what Jose did in Toronto.
Superstar indeed, a 2-time home run champ. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside, it's a full count.
You know, I talked to people who were in the minor leagues at that time when Jose was in the minor leagues and he was just breaking into the big leagues, and coaches who were there, and they saw him. They said, you know, if this guy ever figures it out, if he ever has a chance to play somewhere, his bat speed is really going to play wherever that is. It ended up being in Toronto. He made a few adjustments to his swing, catch the ball out in front just a little bit more, and the rest is history.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he rips it into center field. A crisp line drive. So Bautista's aboard for Kendrys Morales. And he did all the damage last night with one swing of the bat.
We talked about it earlier. He's going to get his opportunities to drive in runs because he's playing on a Blue Jays team that's a better offensive team than the one he came from in Kansas City. So he's going to have plenty of opportunities with runners on base to drive in runs. And with one swing last night, Morales basically won the ball game for the Blue Jays with those 4 RBIs. He's been swinging the bat the first couple of games here of the season. He looks pretty good. He's driven 3 balls, Buck, to the warning track in center field. And that's always a good sign when you're staying in the middle of the field.
Yeah, he really feels confident when he's hitting the ball well to center. That's when he's really timing it up. Breaking ball he chased. We mentioned Morales became the 9th Blue Jay to hit a grand slam for his first home run in a Blue Jays uniform. He also becomes a 3rd Blue Jay to hit the first home run of a season in which it was a grand slam. George Bell in 1990 hit the first home run, a grand slam, and Ed Sprague did it in 95.
I asked him, I said, great hit last night. I said, do you remember your last grand slam home run?
There's a drive down the left side. That's going to get down and bounce over the wall for a ground rule double. That cost the Blue Jays a run. Peter Borges, playing in left field, wasn't going to catch it. It bounced and went over that low portion of the fence out of play for a ground rule double.
When you're hitting the ball the other way, you're going to stay on the ball. So when I asked him when his last grand slam was, he thought for a minute. I told him it was off Brett Cecil last August. He got a big smile on his face and started taking batting practice. That's how you hit. Take that ball the other way. It's away. He's got plenty of power to drive it out there. Good piece of hitting right there. 2nd and 3rd. Now Tulo's got to come up with a big hit.
Morales pounded out 24 doubles last year. That's his first of the season. Troy Tulowitzki. Tulo looking for his first hit. This would be a good time for hit number 1. Breaking ball down and away.
Last year, especially in the second half of last season, Tulo started hitting the ball with a little more authority the other way. We saw him taking his shots to right field last year and came up with some big base hits. If he does that tonight, he's got all kind of room on the right side of that infield to pick up a couple of RBIs.
See where Kiermaier is in center. He's shaded toward the alley in right center. There's a strike. Everybody's anxious to get that first hit. You want to get a batting average, of course, and it's just the first week of the season. Tulo is 0 for 13.
You're looking for anything. A bloop, a broken bat base hit, infield single, anything to get you going.
1-1 pitch. That'll do it. Tulo's on the board. Here comes a couple of runs. Bautista scores, and right behind him, Morales. Tulowitzki with his first hit. It's a 2-out, 2-run double down the right field line.
Well, that's why we pointed it out that if you want to go to right field, there's hits galore over there. And they've got one defender on the whole right side of the infield. That's an easy RBI for Tulowitzki. Taking advantage of the shift. Shooting it the other way. Blue Jays, some 2-out lightning here in the first. How about this? Stay back, inside-out swing. You got Ricky Weeks, the first baseman, the only defender on the right side.
A terrific piece of hitting. Back-to-back doubles, and the Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead. Now Justin Smoke. He goes after the first pitch. Boy, that's a good sign. I like to see Smokey aggressive in the box. Go up there hacking.
He's not a guy who's going to like pick out pitches and work counts or anything like that. That's not his game. His game to go up there and see the ball and just let it go. He's got great numbers in his career against Matt Andriese.
Just 3 at bats, but he's collected 3 hits, including a home run. 2-0 Blue Jays. 0-2. Upstairs, it's a ball and 2 strikes.
It's been a long inning for Andriese. I don't think he can afford to start setting up hitters and trying to throw pitches off the plate. He's thrown 25 pitches already in the first inning.
That's why you stack your lineup with all your good hitters top of the order. See if you can get to a starting pitcher before he gets settled in. It's a trend you're seeing more and more often around the majors.
Yeah, back in the day, you'd have that good leadoff guy with some speed and then a guy who can handle the bat and hitting second. John Gibbons was saying today, hey, I want to put some good hitters up there, so when I turn over that lineup, they're going to get their extra at bats and they're going to get more swings for me.
1-2. Breaking ball downstairs. The count is even. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, alongside the manager Kevin Cash. Hickey's in his 11th season here in Tampa Bay. Cash, his 3rd as the manager. Outside. Smoke was behind 0-2. Now it's a full count. Ezequiel Carrera starting tonight. He is waiting on deck.
Stay with your plan right here. You were in the hole, like you said, 0-2. Now you've battled back. Stay with your plan. You can't guess with them here. Just see it. Put a good swing.
Outside, good at bat, Smoke. Works Andriese for the walk, and his pitch count closing in on 30. Longoria, the third baseman, comes over to give him a little breather. Blue Jays putting pressure on the Rays starter early.
Yeah, this was all with 2 outs. Fly ball by Travis and a strikeout by Donaldson. Looked like he was smooth sailing in the first inning. But the Blue Jays have put the heat on him.
Blue Jays had a 2-out rally in the 3rd with 2 outs and a man aboard. Donaldson walked, Bautista walked, and then Morales hit the grand slam. That was last night. John Gibbons knew his guys would hit. Just a matter of time. Game number 4. Here is Carrera. He takes a ball.
Can't get that breaking ball over.
Zeke's been clutch for the Blue Jays, and he carried that clutch hitting into the postseason. A big home run off Yu Darvish in the series against Texas.
I think he proved to himself that he can play up here and he can contribute.
Lays off that high pitch, no swing, said the third base umpire, Stu Sherwater. 2-0. 6 straight balls thrown by Matt Andriese.
This is a lot like Blake Snell in last night's game, where he's trying to power his way to finish this inning instead of finessing his way through the inning. When Snell got into trouble last night, he tried to keep pumping that fastball in there and it messed him up.
Bouncing ball. Ricky Weeks will take the short hop and he'll tag Carrera to end the inning. But a good inning indeed. Blue Jays scored 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk. Big hit in the inning. Troy Tulowitzki's first hit of the season is a 2-run double to right. Cash is in his 3rd season as the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays. Kevin Cash made his big league debut as a Blue Jay player in 2002. Take a look at the lineup for the Rays. They are 2-2 on the season. Kevin Kiermaier, his last 13 games against the Blue Jays, he's hit .327 with 3 homers and 10 RBIs. And then way down in the bottom of the order, Peter Borges getting the start in left field because he has hit well against the Blue Jays starter. Francisco Liriano, 9 for 31. 4 extra base hits, 3 RBIs for Borges.
Trying to load up that lineup with right-handed batters. There's 7 of them in there. First start of the season for Francisco Liriano. That's what he did last year in 31 games between Pittsburgh and Toronto, 8-13. He was acquired from Pittsburgh at the deadline. Pitched to a .292 earned run average in 10 games for the Blue Jays. He hasn't beaten the Rays in his last 6 starts. But what a spring he had. I mean, he was punching everybody out. Ball moving all over the place.
Steven Souza Jr. has been swinging a hot bat, so he gets rewarded by hitting leadoff. This is just the 6th time in his career he's hit top of the order.
You know, Kevin Cash said that this is probably going to be their leadoff hitter against lefties, and Corey Dickerson's going to be their leadoff hitter against right-handed pitchers. They faced CC Sabathia the other day, and Souza was the leadoff hitter against Sabathia. So a little bit different type of lineup we're seeing from the Rays. Some power from that leadoff spot.
They had 216 home runs a year ago as a team, and that's a breaking ball just missed outside. Liriano for his career has held opposing hitters to a .239 average. Look at the movement on that pitch, down and away. 3-1 now.
He's got to establish early that he can throw his fastball for a strike. You can set up right down the middle of the plate if you call a fastball, and the movement's going to take it to the corner.
Leadoff walk to Souza. Take a look at the defense, how it sets up tonight against Tampa Bay. In left field, it's Ezequiel Carrera making his 2nd start of the season. Pilar and Bautista in the outfield. They both have assists already in the outfield. Donaldson and Smoke on the corners. Tulowitzki and Travis up the middle. Jared Saltalamacchia making his first start for the Blue Jays tonight. He teams up with Francisco Liriano.
He caught Liriano in Montreal, one of those exhibition games. John Gibbons was saying earlier today he wants to get everybody in there here the first week of the regular season. Russell Martin with the day off.
I think Russell feels good about having Saltalamacchia as his catching partner. He is a veteran, Saltalamacchia is, and has A lot of experience. Kiermaier takes the ball. It's 1-1.
Again, I think it's imperative for Liriano to establish that he's going to throw that fastball over for strikes. We didn't see this at all in the spring, and shooting balls all around the strike zone. For the most part, he was smooth and everything was pounding in that zone.
Tough pitch that Kiermaier fouls off.
You know, if you establish that you're going to throw a lot of strikes, he's got enough weapons to get a lot of strikeouts. His pitch usage last year, the fastball 51% of the time, and it's moving all over the place. He's got a slider and a great changeup. 3 above average types of pitches that he can use for strikeouts. But I think he's got to establish that he's going to throw them for strikes and get those hitters being aggressive.
Well, Liriano is now 33 years old. He's got over 10 years of major league service, but he still has to fight himself trying to throw too hard. Kiermaier didn't like the call. Mike Winters is the crew chief on this umpiring crew, and he rings him up for the first out, the bottom of the first.
He had a couple of starts towards the end of spring training where he walked a few batters, and he said, I needed to make the adjustment. One of the adjustments was a little bit more of a quick pitch. That ball is not inside, and it's plenty high enough as you see it crosses right at the knees. It's a good pitch.
1 away. Evan Longoria, 6 for 19 against Liriano. He hit that home run against him last September 12th at Rogers Center. Liriano went 6 1/3, allowed 3 hits, but 2 of them were home runs. 1 to Longoria and 1 to Brad Miller.
They hit their share of home runs, didn't they, last year? They were built on power.
Souza probably not going to run in this situation with Longoria at the plate. Souza had 7 stolen bases a year ago. Great pitch, changeup. He sells it well with that good arm action. Liriano made his big league debut in 2005. His first full season came in 2006, pitching for the Minnesota Twins. Finished 3rd in Rookie of the Year voting and was an All-Star. Swinging a drive to left. This one's going to go. Longoria with his 2nd career home run against Francisco Liriano.
He is still quick inside. You try and slip a fastball by him. The previous pitch was a fastball and he got it by Longoria. They went right back to the same spot, and Evan, he's done that a few times in his career. 36 home runs last season. In and up, and he got it. So the Blue Jays score 2 in the top of the inning. Rays come right back with 1 swing from Longoria.
Longoria's 2nd home run of the season. He now has 5 RBIs. Here is Ricky Weeks Jr. Remember, it was a very long inning. Matt Andres threw 31 pitches in the top half of this inning, and we saw Liriano sitting on the bench for an extended period of time. I just wonder if that got him to cool down a little bit after his warm-up session in the bullpen.
You know, it shouldn't. You know, that long inning, he could go back up into the clubhouse and move around, stay loose. He's been doing this for a long time. I'm just wondering if it's opening night for him. This is what he was doing in the top of the first as the Blue Jays were hitting. Keep moving around, keep that shoulder loose.
Yeah, it was a long inning sitting there while the Blue Jays had base runners on and scored 2.
I don't think any pitcher is going to complain if they have to sit there and watch their team score runs.
Not at all.
They'll figure something out.
Liriano is not one to complain about much. Pretty quiet guy.
Yeah.
Here's the 3-1 to Ricky Weeks Jr. Down and away. A couple of walks in the inning, and Saltalamacchia is going to take a trip to the mound. Jared Saltalamacchia making his first start of the season, but he is a veteran, just 31 years old, and he made a career high 111 starts for the Boston Red Sox in 2013. So he's got a lot of experience.
Red Sox had a pretty good year that year.
Yeah,
Knew a little something about winning. He just needs to make that adjustment right now, and whatever that is. If he's rushing, if it feels like he's rushing, or he's just a little bit too slow, he'll figure it out.
Russell Martin talks about trying to get Liriano to throw with about 89–90% effort, where he could get back in the strike zone and still have that great movement. You can see Russell really zeroed in on Liriano here in the first inning. They worked together in Pittsburgh as well as the end of last season. Russell always goes back to the slider when he's catching Liriano to get him back in the strike zone.
Well, that helps him to stay on top of the ball. When you throw a breaking ball like that, it makes you get your arm up. The timing of your release seems to be just a little bit better, and if you do that, you get on top of the ball. That's when your ball really starts pounding that strike zone. This is a
Derek Norris hitting.
This is a team, the Rays, that, you know, they swing and miss a lot. They strike out a lot, but they're also very patient this year. Pesky hitters. Last year it was swing early. Let's see what happens. See if we can put some runs on the board early in a count. This year they're a lot more patient.
Derek Norris with the count in his favor, 2-1. Norris was released by the Nationals on March 15th. He signed with Tampa Bay on the 26th of March. There's that breaking ball, gets him back in the strike zone.
Yeah, the Rays were happy when Norris was let go. They look at defensive metrics a lot, and their defensive numbers said that Norris is a good fit for their team. They had 2 other catchers in camp, Kurt Casale and Luke Maile, that everybody thought was going to be the starters in the backups, but they ended up with Sucre and Norris.
Norris was an all-star while playing for Oakland in 2014. He hit .270 that year with 10 home runs and 55 RBIs. Spent 2 seasons in San Diego, and this is his first here in the American League East. Liriano really fighting his command now.
Yeah,
3 walks in the inning.
This is a good time, I think, for Pete Walker to come out and have a talk with Liriano. Just to slow things down and get him back into the strike zone. He's fighting himself. You can see him slamming the rosin bag down.
Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Beautiful shot of the sun going down over the Gulf of Mexico, and Pete Walker has delivered his message, and you can see 15 balls, 9 strikes in a tough inning for Liriano. He walked the leadoff man, Steven Souza Jr., gave up a home run to Longoria with 1 out. Now he has walked Weeks and Norris.
Boy, we had a chance to watch him a couple of times in spring training, and he was just filling it up. Tonight, got to find that release point where he's pounding that strike zone.
As a catcher, Saltalamacchia can sit in the middle of the plate. Obviously, Liriano's having trouble finding the strike zone, but if you want, you can call location, but sit right in the middle of the plate. The movement will take it to the corners. That's not a very good swing by Miller after Liriano's fighting his control.
Hey, we'll take it. Help him out a little bit. Double play helped out the Blue Jays a lot last night.
4 double plays in the ball game. Let's see. 3rd time over the last 3 seasons they've turned 4 in a game. That ball gets away, and now that's going to move the runners up. That takes the Rays out of a double play situation.
That's exactly right. The double play helped them immensely last night. They had a shot to get out of this inning with a ground ball, but the slider goes into the dirt. Saltalamacchia goes over to block it. Just can't keep it in front of him. Ideally, if you can't catch it, you want to block it and have it come right back out in front of home plate. Runners aren't going to move up on a ball that's out in front of home plate, but you see it ricochets right or left. They're going to take those extra bases.
2-1 to Brad Miller. And there's a breaking ball for a strike. 2-2. John Gibbons was anxious to get all the starters off on the right foot. And he was kind of contemplating how to get Saltalamacchia into the mix. Of course, Russell Martin catches Liriano very well, but he didn't want to match up Martin exclusively with Liriano.
Yeah, you know what else he said today? He said, you know, I don't want to get into this guy's catching this guy and that guy's catching that guy, and we can't deviate from that. I expect my pitchers to be able to throw to anybody. The catcher shouldn't have anything to do with it. So it was Saltalamacchia's turn. He wanted to get him in there. He's got to catch him.
This ball is going to drop and split the outfielders, go all the way to the wall. Weeks is in to score. Right behind him is Norris, and Brad Miller with a 2-run double.
Well, right now you are just thinking about a way to get back into that dugout. Your team scored you a couple of runs. Rays have scored 4 already, and you're just thinking, how can I get my team into the dugout? That's a pitch. They wanted it down and away, and it was up. And Miller with his 30 home runs last year. He also had 81 RBIs, picks up a couple right here with that double to left.
Well, the 2 guys that hit home runs off Liriano last September have done the damage. You see Dominic Leone loosening up for the Blue Jays here in the first. They mentioned Longoria and Miller homered in September at Rogers Center against Liriano, and they've done the damage here in the first. Longoria with a 2-run homer, Miller with a 2-run double. 4-2 Tampa Bay. .32 pitches now thrown by Liriano. Andres threw 31 in the top half of the inning. Breaking ball missed. Now he's really just fighting it in his head, just trying to throw something over.
It's hard to, you know, guy's been in the big leagues a long time, and he's had a lot of successes. A couple of seasons with 200 strikeouts, comeback player of the year. Right now he's just fighting it.
Another walk. That's 4 walks in the inning. John Gibbons in a tough spot here in the first. He'd like to get Liriano through this inning, and now Tulowitzki, as he always does, out encouraging his pitcher, and you can bet he delivered a very positive message right there. Hey man, we know you can do it. Give us a chance to help you.
Well, you can see him going down to the master himself right there. Do you see anything? your years that you spent with him, you see he's doing anything that maybe we could take out to him. Anything can happen if you can get through this first inning. You could lock in.
There's another base hit. Herrera comes up throwing. They stop Miller at third. And your Robertson, the DH, jumped on that first pitch fastball. And that's going to be it. John Gibbons has made the call as Liriano has a tough start to his season, recording just 1 out. He has been charged with 4 runs to this point, 4 walks in the inning, 3 hits, and he can't get out of the first. Dominic Leone will come in and try to close out the Rays here in the first. Shortest start of his big league career, going just 1/3 of an inning. He gives up the first big league hit to Daniel Robertson, and Liriano is out of the game here in the bottom of the first.
And John Gibbons needs some innings now out of his bullpens. Could really mess up your rotation in that bullpen. Dominic Leone, 25 games last year for Arizona. He was in spring training with the Blue Jays, got set down, and then right back here with the big club after Osuna was put on the disabled list.
There's a first pitch strike to Peter Borges. Peter Borges starting in the ball game because there was a lefty on the mound, but now he's facing a right-hander. A season ago, he played with the Phillies, 123 games. He had 251. Morales with some encouraging words, and I'm sure Liriano not too happy to hear anything right now.
Yeah, I didn't want to hear anything. Shocker. I mean, from what we saw in spring training from Francisco, he looked like he was primed and ready to go. I mean, he's probably as shocked as anybody that he can't get out of the first inning.
Swung on and missed. Leone is ahead 1-2. Dominic Leone is 25 years old. He's from Norwich, Connecticut. He was taken on a waiver claim from the Arizona Diamondbacks in November. Originally drafted by the Mariners out of Clemson.
Blue Jays like him because he's got a good breaking ball. After they sent him down, John Gibbons talked about him and said, hey, he's got a good curveball. We're going to see him again in the big league. Here he is.
He was called up when they put Roberto Osuna on the disabled list for opening day. Bouncing ball. Tulowitzki will go to first, and Borges is out, but another run comes in. Brad Miller scores on the ground out to short. Ball just wasn't hit hard enough to turn 2. 6-3 on the ground. Now Borges picks up an RBI.
No time to do anything fancy right there. Just get it out any way you can. That run will be charged to Liriano.
2 runners on are still Liriano's responsibility. Steven Souza Jr. started the inning with a walk. 2 outs. He goes after the first pitch, and Pilar is there in center. This should end the inning, and it does. But Tampa Bay scores 5 runs to take a 5-2 lead. Evan Longoria with his second home run of the season, his second career home run against Liriano. Start of his big league career. There's a lot of teammates coming over to console him a bit. Disappointing start to the season after a very encouraging spring training. I didn't see this coming at all.
No, you didn't. I didn't. I don't think the Blue Jays did. I don't think Liriano did. But how about Roberto Osuna, one of the youngest pitchers on this team, over there to talk to his buddy Liriano? A little pat on the back.
So Blue Jays got some work to do. 5-2 Tampa Bay. Jared Saltalamacchia getting his first at bat of the season. A year ago, he played in 92 games with the Tigers. He had 12 home runs while hitting under 200. Saltalamacchia, a veteran, still just 31 years old. 7th big league club, started with the Atlanta Braves. He gets jammed and lifts a pop-up in shallow left. Borges has got great speed. He gets there to make the catch. 1 away.
And if you're Matt Andriese, they got him off the hook in that first inning. 31 pitches in that first inning, gave up a couple of runs, had a walk. The offense bailed him out there in the first inning. And he's got to come out here and start throwing strikes, filling up the strike zone, or his night's going to be done early.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He went in the dugout after the top of the first thinking, man, what a bad night for me. But Liriano had one worse. Kevin Pilar batting in the 9th spot. Kevin went 1 for 4 in the game, hit the ball pretty well all night long. His base hit was a single to center. It's in the 9th inning of Danny Farquhar. Might have chased the ball. 1-1. Now the Blue Jays got enough veteran hitters to realize, hey, we're in the 2nd inning. Got a lot of time left to get back in this ball game.
What you don't want to do is panic. right here and try and do too much. Just string some hits together, take your walks. I mean, look how they scored those 4 runs yesterday, taking advantage of the walks. Do that, get a couple here, a couple there. Next thing you know, you're going to be sending the tying run to the plate.
Kendrys Morales doubled in his at bat. He scored 1 of 2 runs on the Tulowitzki double. High pop-up down the right side. Foul territory, and it's a fair ball that Souza catches. 2 outs.
The cars change, the fandom doesn't. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
They are in St. Petersburg, Florida, second game of a 4-game series. Blue Jays start their season on a 6-game road trip, 2 in Baltimore, 4 here in Tampa Bay. Back to the top of the order, Devin Travis flying out to center his first time up.
Maybe some 2-out lightning again, like they did in the first inning.
Now, the Blue Jays can strike anywhere in their lineup at any time. Devin is from West Palm Beach, Florida, and he said his mom, dad, his brother, and sister are here tonight. They came over this afternoon, and they'll stay for the weekend, get a chance to see Devin play. Of course, Devin, a Florida State Seminole, played his college baseball at Florida State.
A lot of family with the ball club here in Florida.
Aaron Sanchez's dad, Mike Shipley, is here, and he is going to watch Aaron make his first start tomorrow night. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Andres. Popped out of play.
Trying to get him to chase after that high fastball. Like I said, the first inning, he doesn't have a lot of bullets because of that big first inning. So I think you just go right after him right here to try and get deeper into this ball game. Can't waste any pitches.
Breaking ball, another fly ball to right. Souza ranging back is there, and Andres has a shutdown inning. 1-2-3. The Blue Jays go quietly in the top of the second.
Infield coach Luis Rivera was working out with Devin Travis. Rivera told me that his drills centered around hand-eye coordination, working on those short hops, and really just staying on the baseball. Rivera said he kept a very close eye on Travis's head. Why? He wanted him to keep it down and follow that baseball into the glove, and he also watched the maneuvering of his wrists around that baseball. So why is he sitting on a bucket? Well, Rivera said he first worked on these drills in the backfields at spring with Travis crouching and squatting down, but since he's coming off that knee injury, he was putting too much pressure on that knee, so Rivera brought out the bucket. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel, and happy birthday, by the way. Great report there, and very interesting stuff, and we want to say happy birthday to our colleague, Hazel May.
Happy 29th, Hazel. That's a great story because Luis Rivera talks about one of the weaknesses, and now that he wants to make it a strength, is his backhand. And we watched him a couple of times in spring training. Didn't get a lot of innings out there to Devin Travis on the field, but we saw him make a couple of those backhand plays, and he's definitely better at it this year than what we saw last year.
Devin hasn't played a whole lot. Basically just a full season over 2 years. No swing, says the third base umpire, Stu Sherwater. Devin played 101 games last year, just 62 in 2015. So basically he's played one full season over 2 years.
He did not look real comfortable last year, sure of himself with the backhand. But he's made a couple of plays this year, and he looks a little bit different. Hey, practice. You got to put the work in. You got to put the time in, and all you have to do is go to your coach and say, "Hey, I feel like I need some work on something," and they'll be glad to work with you.
Dominic Leone bounces it in the dirt. That's a 2-2 count now to Kevin Kiermaier leading off the second inning. We mentioned Leone pitched well for the Blue Jays in the spring, and Pete Walker liked what he saw. And when they had a need, he was the first one they called up from AAA.
He's got some big league experience. Good pitch.
Saltalamacchia thought it was. He was ready to fire it around the horn.
Well, that one looked like it was right at the knees again. Remember his first time up, Kiermaier struck out on a low fastball. Argued a little bit with the home plate umpire, and that time might have helped him.
3-2 to leadoff man here in the second inning, and he pops it up. Donaldson over near the seats. He's got room and makes the catch. So Evan Longoria will step in the box, and with a man aboard in the first.
They want to go inside. You can see where Saltalamacchia is set up, down and in, and that ball leaks out over the plate. That's the problem at times with the two-seamer from a lefty to a righty. That thing leaks back out over the plate and actually goes right to the barrel, the big part of the wood of the bat. That's exactly what happened with Longoria. It's his second home run of the season. Told you last year he hit most of his home runs to left field, hit 36 of them. They went to left field. He's still quick on those inside pitches.
Right at the bottom of the strike zone, and Leone didn't get the call. It's 2-0.
21 of those 36, Buck, went to left field. So I say keep the ball away from him. Don't even try and go in there.
Driven in 98 runs in 154 ball games against the Blue Jays. Leone has faced Longoria in the past. Evan is 0 for 2. There are only 2 batters in this lineup that have faced Leone prior to tonight. There's a breaking ball down and away.
Here's that hard breaking ball from Leone.
You mentioned Leone has some big league experience. He came up with the Mariners in 2014 and went 8-2 with a .217 earned run average. He appeared in 57 games and pitched very well. But after that, his time between Seattle and Arizona, 0-6 with a 707 earned run average over 38 major league games.
He slacked off just a little bit and had success his rookie year with Seattle. Now he feels like he's back to where he was then.
He walks Longoria on a breaking ball. 1 out walk. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Well, Matt Holliday hit it off his former teammate, Ubaldo Jimenez. They both played together in Colorado, and Matt Holliday has a home run for the Yanks. Jimenez is getting roughed up. 3 runs on 4 hits through 3 innings. The Yankees have a 3-1 lead, middle of the 3rd. Ricky Weeks walked and scored in the 1st. He walked after the Longoria home run. This time Longoria is at first with a 1-out walk.
4 walks in the 1st inning. 3 of them came around to score. Souza, the leadoff batter, walked to open the 1st inning.
Leon's got a good fastball. That one beat Ricky Weeks there. It was 94 miles an hour. When he first came up with Seattle, he'd thrown 96, 97. But 94, still good enough fastball.
Yeah, with that sharp breaking ball. It's a good combination. Question is tonight, how many innings can he go for the Blue Jays? They stretched him out somewhat in spring training. He really wasn't a full-time starter, but they stretched him out somewhat.
Upstairs.
Well, it would help if he'd have some of those 8-10 pitch innings to help him get a little bit deeper.
Well, this is the one thing managers really worry about early in the season, is a short outing by your starters. Pete Walker, you can bet he's playing the game out in his mind as how they're going to get through this ball game. A couple of times when I was managing, my pitching coach Mark Connor would come over to me, slide next to me early in the ball game after a starter had been knocked out, and he says, "Skip, I got some bad news. We don't have enough innings to complete this game tonight."
What would you do?
I told him to go sit on the other end of the bench.
And don't come back down here until you find those innings, right?
There's a high fly ball deep to left field, and that ball hit the catwalk, and it comes down in left field. They're going to stop the runner. They had a shot at Weeks, but everybody was looking up. The ball hit the catwalk, the B ring here at Tropicana Field. Came down in fair territory. Longoria went out to shallow left field and played it, and you could see Carrera looking up, and that ball looked like it was going to go out of the ballpark.
That's happened a few times here already this season, that the balls are hitting those catwalks above the playing field. If it hits in the fair territory, it's playable. And this one clearly fair. Ricky Weeks puts a charge into it. It's high, and that's the home plate umpire, Mike Winters, and he's calling that ball fair.
Yeah, he kept track of it, indicating that it hit the catwalk. Norris hits a fly ball to right. Tagging at third is Longoria. Here's Bautista's throw. It is not in time. Longoria slides in safely. The throw was a little bit up the line. Bautista made a pretty good throw from right. But the Rays get another run. Norris with an RBI on the sac fly.
Well, Jose is throwing really well from the outfield. You can go ahead and airmail that thing, trying to get that runner at the plate. No need to try and hit the cutoff man. He sets himself, he gets behind him, and watch how his momentum is coming all the way towards home plate on the fly. And just too deep.
6-2 Tampa Bay. Brad Miller had a 2-run double in the first. Norris with his 3rd RBI of the season.
He improved his home run rate when he got over here. I was talking with Derek Shelton, who was the hitting coach for the Rays last year, who's now with the Blue Jays, and he was saying they wanted him to be aggressive early in the count. Their numbers said that they were taking a lot of first pitch strikes, so they wanted him to be aggressive, and it helped them to up their home run total. Miller went from something like 12 to 30 when he was with Seattle, and then when he came to Tampa Bay. He's now a 30 home run hitter as a second baseman. Problem is they just didn't walk enough last year. They didn't have a good on-base percentage. Well, the walks have helped them tonight. 5 walks for him have come around to score.
Dominic Leone ahead 1 and 2. 2 outs. Ricky Weeks at 3rd. And there's another ball. Brad Miller, you mentioned the improvement in the power department. Most he had hit prior to coming here was 11. He hit 10 for the Mariners in 14, 11 in 15, and then 30 in 2016.
And the Rays didn't see that coming at all. They actually had him as a first baseman.
He went around and strikes out. That ends the inning. But Tampa Bay adds a run. They take a 6-2 lead. Blue Jays big bats coming to the plate in the top of the 3rd. Josh Donaldson, then Jose Bautista and Kendrys Morales.
Presented by Sonnet. On Sunday, April 16th, the first 20,000 fans will receive a Bringer of Rain umbrella when the Blue Jays face the Baltimore Orioles at 1:07 p.m. Eastern. For tickets, visit bluejays.com. Buck.
Happy birthday again, Hazel.
You're very thanks.
So we move to the top of the 3rd. 6-2 Tampa Bay. It'll be Donaldson, Bautista, and Morales against Matt Andriese. Donaldson takes a strike. Looked like Andriese was going to be the starter in trouble tonight. He gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in the top of the 1st through 31 pitches. But then he retired the side in order in the 2nd.
And the Blue Jays had a couple of runners on in that first inning also. Guys in scoring position couldn't knock him out of the ball game. Looking to go 5 tonight now to see if he can get the win.
He's going to have to be economical to pitch 5 innings from this point forward. He's thrown 47 pitches already.
Blue Jays have had some good at bats against him here early on. Just keep waiting him out. He's got a lot of pitches. That curveball he hasn't been able to throw for a strike yet tonight. He's got that cutter and a nice little changeup. He just really hasn't looked sharp yet. Wait him out. Scratch a couple of runs across.
Donaldson strikes out. Pitch down and away.
It looks like Josh was anticipating something, either something inside or some kind of off-speed pitch, because his front side really came out of there quickly. Watch how that front side opens up a little bit too quick, and it's a fastball away. And a little bit late on that fastball.
Yeah, you can see how he just kind of used his hands trying to make contact. Jose Bautista hit a line drive single to center with 2 outs with a full count. One thing that I really have been impressed with Bautista is he's really seeing the ball well. He doesn't have much to show for it yet, but he's tracking the ball pretty well.
His leg kick doesn't look as high as it's been in the past. His hands don't look as high like we've seen in the past. Maybe a little bit of a, he's looking for another breaking ball. A little bit of an adjustment for Jose, but you're right. He's always had a great eye. Plenty of walks, high on base percentage, and if you make a mistake, he can unload on you.
Had a good spring, hit over 400. Plus the fact he played in the World Baseball Classic. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andres.
Pitching a little bit backwards right now against the sluggers. Instead of throwing them breaking balls, looks like he's challenging the Blue Jay hitters with fastballs. That time they elevate on Bautista. 3rd strikeout of the night for Andres. They might have to change their tune a little bit, start looking for the heat.
And Derek Norris has done a good job of mixing up the pitches after that first inning. Andres has retired 6 in a row. Kendrys Morales doubled down the left field line his first time up.
Told you they're really high on Matt Andres. I mean, they traded Matt Moore and Drew Smiley from last year's starting rotation to give Andres a shot at that 5th spot.
It's a good breaking ball. It was interesting that Andres would eventually lose a spot in the rotation when they called up Blake Snell, the youngster. Put Andres down in the bullpen. Breaking ball, that's foul. Past first.
And here he is tonight in the starting rotation following Snell.
Blake Snell gave up the grand slam to Morales last night. Upstairs, tried to get him to chase that fastball. Snell had kind of a mixed bag in his start last night. 6 2/3, just 4 hits, but he walked 5.
At times he looked dominant using his fastball and his curveball. Other times he couldn't find the strike zone.
Hot shot. Ricky Weeks playing just the 2nd time at first, makes a nice play of it. Another good inning for Andres. The Blue Jays go down in order.
In style. First, Sidney Crosby and the Penguins take on Austin Matthews and the Leafs. Then Connor McDavid leads the Oilers against Bo Horvat and the Canucks at Rogers Arena. It's Hockey Night in Canada from Toronto and Vancouver, Saturday on CBC.
Final weekend of the NHL regular season. The Leafs up 3 points for a playoff spot. Want to wish them the best in the next 2 games. Tim Beckham drew a walk in the first. He's playing at shortstop in the absence of Matt Duffy, who's on the disabled list. Beckham getting an extended opportunity to show whether or not he deserves to play more.
And this is his chance, really. I mean, he's a high draft pick, came up through their farm system, and they had some high hopes for him. He's had his moments. It's a wonderful talent. Athletic ball players really hasn't been able to put it together for a full season. The idea for Beckham coming into this year, from what I understand, it was he was going to be one of those super utility type of players. Play shortstop, play second base, take some balls into the outfield. Maybe you can play in the outfield, and we're going to find you some opportunities to play a lot. But then after the injury, like you mentioned about Duffy, he's found himself at shortstop, and he won that shortstop's job with a very good spring.
0-2, cut on and miss. Beckham strikes out.
Cheering for the Jays since day one. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. That's where we're at. Game 2 of this 4-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Dominic Leone came in with just 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. Francisco Liriano, in case you're just joining us, just 1/3 of an inning. Liriano charged with 5 earned runs on 3 hits and 4 walks. Rough start to his season. This is Daniel Robertson who knocked Liriano out of the game, and it was interesting as that was Robertson's first big league hit.
Last year he was at Durham, at 259 at Durham. That's their AAA team. Nice article about him the day we got into town here about his mom's here having a chance to watch him now in the big leagues. He lost his father when he was a young man. Said his father always told him, hey, believe in yourself and you belong here. And here he is finally in the big leagues.
His father was just 50 years old when he passed away, and Danny Robertson has realized one of his dreams. He's got a big league hit now.
Remember that forever, huh? Who it was against, where it went, the count, the type of pitch that you hit.
Leone starting to get zeroed in. 3 straight strikeouts for Dominic Leone.
Well, he has shown the ability to throw a good breaking ball, and he's had a good one tonight. This time they cross him up. 2 strikes, they burn that fastball right by Robertson, Daniel Robertson, for the strike. That's 3 in a row. Strikeouts for Dominic Leone.
Pat Millicott looking to end the second. Now Beckham swinging and Robertson looking. Number 9 hitter is Peter Borges. Check swing, no swing, according to Mark Wegner down at first base. Peter Borges now 30 years old. He was with the Chicago White Sox all spring long, and he was acquired in a trade on March 28th for a player to be named later. As we mentioned earlier, he spent last season with the Philadelphia Phillies. He came up originally with the Angels. Had a good year in 2011. See Ryan Tepera starting to loosen up for the Blue Jays.
Peter Borges, his forte is defense. He is an outstanding defender. Tonight the Rays have an outstanding outfield defense with Borges in left, Kiermaier in center, and Souza in right.
Borges came up as a center fielder with the Angels. He's got 6 years of major league service, and his fate was kind of determined as a center fielder for the Angels with the arrival of Mike Trout. Fly ball into center, long run for Pilar. He'll get there and make the catch. Dominic Leone has retired 4 in a row. We'll go to the 4th. Blue Jays got some ground to make up. Let's go back to 1977. Ken Brett to Doug Ault. Ault would hit 2 home runs in the first game for the Blue Jays in their franchise opener. And that game in a cold 32-degree rainy afternoon at the Exhibition Stadium. Ken Brett started for Chicago. He went just 3 innings, gave up 5 earned runs on 9 hits. Bill Singer, he didn't fare much better. It was a nasty day. Singer gave up 4 runs, 3 earned runs on 11 hits in 4 1/3. Who picked up the win in that game?
That's a good trivia question. Help me out.
Jerry Johnson.
Jerry Johnson, Blue Jays.
Big, strong right-hander. Pete Vukovich got the save in game 1.
First home run.
Richie Zisk hit the first home run against the Blue Jays. Zisk was playing right field. He had a big day. He went 4 for 6. 2 home runs, 2 RBIs, 2 solo shots, or he had 1 home run. Doug Ault hit 2 home runs. And Albus Woods hit the first pinch hit home run for the Blue Jays. Tulowitzki tries this one deep to right. This got a chance. Get up, ball. That ball is out of here, according to the first base umpire, Marco Wegner. And Tulowitzki, a couple of great swings to right, has hit his first home run.
You know, his first time up, we made the comment that he started going to right field a little bit more last year in the second half, and he saw his batting average go up. He went to right field his first time up tonight with a double down the right field line for 2 RBIs, and he's going to pick on the right side again. Got plenty of power the other way.
Two great swings. He hit a ringing double down the right field line in the first to drive in two, and this was a shot to right field. First home run of the season for Tulowitzki. He hit 24 a year ago. Pretty swing.
And this is number one. Looked like a fastball that just stayed over the middle of the plate, and Tulo stayed back on it.
Off the glove of Miller, here comes Beckham, and he makes a heck of a play. Smoke hustling up the line. Beckham, the shortstop, never gave up on the play. It caromed off Miller's glove, and Beckham, you talked about an athlete. He makes an athletic play here.
Well, you never want to be caught flat-footed when you're on the diamond. You just play through the play. If he doesn't, Justin Smoke is going to be on first base, but the ball is ricocheted off the glove of Miller, but here comes Beckham. And how about the play on the other end by Ricky Weeks at first base? Weeks came up as a second baseman. Beckham bare hand, it bounces over to first base, and Weeks picks it.
Weeks did a good job of holding on to that ball. You could see after he held the baseball, showed the umpire at first, he had to re-grab it because it was right in the webbing of his glove. The Blue Jays have asked for the video review. Ruling on the field is that Smoke is out. Wonder if this is a matter of whether or not he had full control of it when the foot hit the bag of Smoke. Smoke, get on there.
It looks like it's in his glove before Justin Smoke gets to the bag, but you're right. Does the ball move around in his glove just a little bit? Here's the play. It's in his glove now, right there, and see Smoke is on.
But he continues to hold the glove and show the umpire, and Smoke is not yet on the bag.
And that's constitute. All it has to do is hit the leather of the glove. And it hit the leather, and he snow-coned it, finished it off, and he's out. Good play.
Good play by Beckham. Good play by Weeks on the dig. So it is a 4-6-3 putout in the book. One away. Ezekiel Carrera grounded out to the first baseman. Shows bunt, takes his strike. Carrera has proven to be a very valuable player for the Blue Jays in that he can play all the outfield positions and come off the bench and get you a hit. I bet that conversation is about Liriano, wouldn't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Wilson Martin, he's a catcher. That ball's fair, but he acts like a pitching coach there.
Carrera with an opposite field single. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Matt Cain made the start for the Giants, and he couldn't get out of the fifth inning. He's charged with 4 earned runs, but the Giants have the lead now.
First career grand slam for Brandon Belt.
Jared Saltalamacchia with Carrera at first. 1 out. Salty pulls it foul. Interesting defensive alignment with Saltalamacchia. Beckham, the shortstop, is on the first base side of the bag. And this becomes very interesting if the ball is pulled to Miller. Beckham's got to go back away from the play, take the throw, and then return throw to first.
Yeah, Miller or Weeks, the first baseman. He's going to have to come across the bag. Depending on the count, I think if it gets to 2 count, 2-strike count, we might see Longoria shift over to more of a shortstop position. You can see Evan just in your picture to the left there. That's the third baseman. Right now he's guarding against the bunt. If it gets to 2 strikes, we might see him shade over towards the bag. Then he would be the double play man.
Saltalamacchia fights it off.
And there he goes. Longoria is going to try and get Ricky Weeks' attention to say, hey, I'm the guy. If there's a ground ball to you, give it to me. I'm going to be the guy turning the double play.
And Longoria has alerted his infield mates, I'll be at the bag if you get a ground ball. Saltalamacchia in the hole 0-2. Jared's got some power. They mentioned a year ago hit under 200, but some home runs for the Tigers. For me, that's what you want from your backup catcher. Just do some damage.
Catch a good game, throw guys out when you have to, and hit a couple of home runs. 12 of them last year.
He hit a career high 25 home runs in 2012 while playing for the Red Sox. His career high in RBIs 65. That came in 2013, also in Boston. Checked his swing. Two and two. Blue Jays trying to get back in this ball game. Tampa Bay has a 6-3 lead. Troy Tulowitzki has driven in all 3 runs. Carrera broke towards second. It was a clear fake. The infielders hollered, there he goes, but Salty is called out on strikes. Norris came out of the chute expecting to see Carrera breaking for second.
You know, that's why I thought that they might have called that a ball. It was a breaking ball that was high. And Norris came out of there quickly. Thought he might be obstructing the view of the home plate umpire because he came out of that catcher's crouch. But he still got the call.
Kevin Pillar 0 for 1. Pillar batting 9th. He hit 8th in the lineup last night against the left-hander Blake Snell. That's a base hit. Carrera makes the turn. He'll stop there as Kiermaier gets it back in quickly. So Kevin Pillar has a hit, couple of hits.
Tell you what, they're going to make this a game. Their at-bats have been pretty good tonight. They're threatening again here in the 4th inning. Pillar with another base hit. Nice and quiet at that plate to hit that off-speed pitch. Kiermaier, he's not afraid, is he? Out there, he's so aggressive.
So Pillar does his job hitting in the 9th spot. He gets aboard with 2 outs and brings the leadoff man to the plate. This is an interesting visit. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, has asked for time. He's making his way to the mound now. Hickey will do this often. We mentioned he's in his 11th season as the pitching coach. He'll come out here in these situations where it's a little dicey for a pitcher, and he will take the game plan out of the pitcher's hands. He'll give him information. Hey, this is how you can get this guy out right now. and he kind of frees up that pitcher.
That game seems to spin out of control sometimes, doesn't it? When there's guys on base and it starts to speed up on it. That's a good time to go out there, remind them how they're going to be pitching the next batter. Just a little bit of a refresher.
I would imagine he told him, hey, don't give this guy a first pitch fastball in this situation. Devin Travis 0 for 2. He's an aggressive hitter. 2 outs, runners at first and second for the Jays. A run in here in the 4th.
Breaking ball. You're right. Devin's a good breaking ball hitter.
Travis did not play last night. Back in the lineup tonight.
Just lay off that high fastball. That's where the teams have been throwing him. Stuff up pitches above his hands.
Hit him. Sure sounded like it hit him. He gets out of the way. That inside fastball.
It did sound like it hit something. It wasn't right. Maybe it didn't go into the glove.
Maybe it
cleanly.
rattled around in Norris's glove a little bit. If I'm Norris right now, I call for another fastball inside. Andres used that fastball inside early in the game.
Got some of the bigger hitters with that fastball to pick up some of those strikeouts.
Breaking ball and hit down the right side, but that's going to slice out of play. Travis was all over that breaking ball, and Andres got away with a mistake. Left it up in the zone.
Not that deep down the lines here, and the fences aren't very high. That ball went right over the relief pitcher. That's Jumbo Diaz, who's starting to get loose.
For obvious reasons. His name is Jumbo. A big fella. We saw him with the Cincinnati Reds a couple years ago in Cincinnati. 1-2. Travis trying to come through here with 2 outs. Off the plate. Diaz is up. Andres is throwing a lot of pitches. 2 outs in the 4th. He's thrown 76 pitches, and it was elevated by a 31 pitch first inning. Tulowitzki doing his homework on Jumbo Diaz. Fouled it off.
There's that high fastball right there. If he throws him a breaking ball and he speeds up his bat and he can get a ball, a line drive, there is a lot of room in left center field. Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder, is shading Travis to right center field. Look at all the room in left center field. That's 2 runs easily for the Blue Jays if he can split the outfielders. Got to get a pitch, though, he can handle.
In the dirt. Herrera thought about it, but he holds it second. Norris got on it quickly. Full count, so the runners will be off on the pitch with 2 outs. Devin Travis 0 for 2 tonight against Andres. He's 0 for 6 in his young career against the right-hander. Donaldson loved to come to the plate this inning. There go the runners. Ball is hit sharply. Miller bobbles it, throws to first, and he's saved by Ricky Weeks. He digs it out of the dirt to end the inning. The Blue Jays almost got through there. Tulowitzki leads it off with a home run, his first of the season. This one goes to right. He's driven in all 3 Blue Jays runs tonight. Make his second appearance of the season. Last year he appeared in 20 games. Actually threw the ball very well down the stretch for the Blue Jays. He threw it so well he was on the postseason roster.
Well, look at that earned run average, 295 last year in those 20 games. Lefties, he held them to a 212 average. That first appearance this year was a very good one. That was just a couple of games ago against Baltimore. 3 ground ball outs. Hardy, Rickard, and Jones grounded out against Ryan Tepera. When he's throwing strikes, filling up that strike zone, he could be tough. He's got good stuff.
He retired to side in order on just 8 pitches. He's got very good stuff, and this will be a big outing for Tepera to keep the Blue Jays within striking distance. He'll start to Steven Souza Jr. Top of the order for Tampa Bay. This is with that first pitch.
Backswing hit Saltalamacchia.
Sounded like it might have a mighty swing, especially when it's an inside pitch. The catcher becomes vulnerable to those hitters that have the backswing. Watch the backswing. Caught him on the back of his glove hand. Salty didn't even feel it, but good. Souza did.
I've seen catchers break their wrists, break their fingers on those backswings like that. Souza takes a healthy cut, and he's got a big finish.
High fly ball into right field. Bautista calls for it, makes the catch. One away. WestJet Plus includes extra legroom, food and beverages, and no middle seating. Sometimes you need to treat yourself. Book a Plus fare now at WestJet.com. Now, the Blue Jay fans here in St. Petersburg, and the Blue Jays fans, they travel very well. And you can bet some of them jumped on a WestJet flight. Kevin Kiermaier is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Kevin Kiermaier received an award before this game tonight. He accepted his 2016 Wilson Defensive Player of the Year award as the major's top center fielder.
This is the Wilson Defensive Player of the Year. He also won a Gold Glove. Look how heavy that thing is.
And tomorrow he will receive his second Gold Glove award in a pregame ceremony. Pop back over the screen out of play. And tomorrow fans coming into the ballpark will receive a Kevin Kiermaier Gold Glove bobblehead. First 15,000 fans. So Kiermaier having a big weekend with the hardware.
Got a new contract, right? Signed it right at the end of spring training, multi-year contract. He's going to be playing center field for the Tampa Bay Rays now for a while. He's a talented young player. He's got his own style at the plate.
What's wrong with that pitch? Ryan Tepera thought it was strike 3, just off the plate, according to PitchCast.
Kiermaier doesn't do a lot of studying or doesn't worry too much about, you know, where his hands are, where his finish is, where his stride is. He just likes to see the ball and just let it go.
There's a foul tip held on to by Saltalamacchia. Well, 2 up, 2 down here in the 4th.
We were just talking about the stuff that Ryan Tepera possesses when he's out on that mound. He's got a great arm. He can run that ball up there at 95, 96 miles an hour. He's also got a good breaking ball. This looks like his slider. Look at the depth of that thing as it slides right underneath the swing of Kiermaier. He was a starter in the minor leagues for the Blue Jays, but I think his future is as a reliever and as a long reliever. These are the perfect kind of games for TBA to come in and just give you 2-3 innings of shutdown relief.
Pitch aggressively, keep the pitch count in order so you can pitch an extended outing. Save some of your bullpen mates for tomorrow and the next day.
And a chance to get a W. You know, you shut down the other team with the Blue Jays offense and the way that they can score runs. You know, you got a chance to snake some W's out of that bullpen.
Best example of that I ever saw was Dennis Lamp in 1985. He would come into games like this and pitch 3-4 shutout innings. Blue Jays would come back and score. He finished up 11-0 in 1985. Popped up, playable, foul ground. Smoke calls for it and almost overran it, but he stays with it to make the catch. Good inning for Ryan Tepera. We'll go to the 5th. Now time for an update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Watch the action this season then at Rogers Center. Spend your summer nights with the Blue Jays with the 6-game Summer Nights Pack. Visit BlueJays.com/Game Packs.
Well, you're right, Hazel. It is a great place to watch baseball at Rogers Center. And the Blue Jay fans have made their way here to Tropicana Field. Some young ones as well. All decked out in his Blue Jays gear. Of course, the Blue Jays train not far from St. Petersburg in Dunedin. Josh Donaldson facing Matt Andriese here in the 5th. Andriese, of course, needs to complete this 5th inning to qualify for a decision.
Well, they got some work going on in their bullpen. You better take a look over his shoulder.
Donaldson waits back and hammers this ball. It's over the head of Borges. He plays it off the wall. Josh Donaldson will jog into second with a leadoff double.
You look over your shoulder, you can see they got double barrel action in that bullpen. Josh Donaldson finally got that breaking ball he was looking for his first 2 at bats and hits a seed to left field.
Well, this is a great swing. That breaking ball right out over the heart of the plate. And Donaldson didn't miss it.
He'd been looking for it for a couple of at bats. Andriese mixed him up with some fastballs and struck him out his first 2 times up. This time Donaldson with a laser off the wall in left field for a good start.
4th extra base hit for the Blue Jays, and they have started to swing the bats with more authority. The right-hander is Jumbo Diaz. The lefty is Xavier Cedeno. The Rays have just one left-hander in their bullpen. 6 right-handers. Andres with a 6-3 lead. He's on the ropes here trying to complete this inning. He's thrown 82 pitches. Bautista behind 0-2.
Trying to figure out if it's respect for the Blue Jays hitters or the lack of confidence in their starter that they've got 2 guys up already here in the 5th inning.
Probably has more to do with the pitch count than anything. That he's had an elevated pitch count since he threw 31 pitches in the 1st inning. Remember, this is his first start of the season. Boy, Donaldson got a good read. He broke immediately as soon as he saw that ball in the dirt. Moves up to 3rd base.
That ball barely, if it even left the dirt area around home plate. You got to make a split-second decision. Watch Josh Donaldson, top your screen, aggressive secondary leading. You see that ball just rolls on to the carpet just a little bit. There's the aggressive lead, and he reads it right away. You can see that ball going down into the dirt. The fly to the ball out at 2nd base, so you can anticipate it a little bit quicker.
Bautista with a chance for an RBI here. Donaldson at 3rd. He drives it to the alley, and Souza's going to catch it. He drops it. Ball got in the lights, and he dropped it. Donaldson comes in to score. Souza got over there in good shape, and then the ball got into the lights. He is charged with an error. Donaldson comes in to score thanks to a good piece of base running, moving up on the wild pitch, and that's going to be it for Matt Andres.
One more time, you can see Kiermaier pointing to it. Hit him right in the glove, but it rattles out. Blue Jays will take it. Matt Andres' night is over. And here comes Jumbo.
Jumbo is coming in to face Kendrys Morales. The Blue Jays have a run. It's a 2-run game now. Is on to pitch here in the 5th inning. Matt Andres gives up a double and a sac fly. Bautista picks up the RBI for Diaz. This will be his 3rd appearance of the season. Diaz last pitched in Cincinnati a year ago, 45 games for the Reds. Total of 43 innings of work.
Came late, middle of March, after he was released by Cincinnati. For a big guy, throws okay. Nothing really jumps off the the screen at you. Fastball slider.
Morales has doubled and grounded out. He hit an opposite field double in the first. This is a high drive to right, but it's going to stay in the ballpark. Souza gets underneath it and makes the catch. Morales just missed it.
Boy, he's starting to get locked in. You can see at the plate, low fastball that stays over the plate. And Kendris would like to have that one back. Just got under it slightly. And when it comes down, it's going to be an out.
Boy, he'd like to have that one back again. He had a good cut at it and then got underneath it. So that's one out now, and here's the red-hot Troy Tulowitzki. Two-run double in the first, solo shot in the fourth. Both of his hits have gone to right. Cedeno now joined by the rookie Austin Pruitt. Well, you had mentioned that this game was far from over.
Yeah.
You just sensed that the Blue Jays were going to get back in the game.
The Rays bullpen has been pretty good so far early in the season.
The Rays pen has been good because the Rays starters led the majors in innings pitched, so the bullpen hasn't been used that much, and they've been used very prudently by the pitching coach Jim Hickey and the manager Kevin Cash.
Kevin can get the matchups that he wants, but now with the starter getting knocked out early, like the Blue Jays, it's going to be the battle of the bullpens.
Tulowitzki had a good rip at that one. That rattled a mask right off the head of Derek Norris.
That'll shake you up a little bit. That's a good swing.
Yeah, it will. That plastic helmet, the batting helmet that Norris wears, real slick, and it doesn't take much to jar that face mask off the helmet. 2-1 to Tulowitzki. Pulls it foul down the third baseline. Jumbo Diaz, as Pat mentioned, picked up off waivers when Cincinnati placed him on waivers on the 10th of March, really early in the spring.
Early. And he had pitched a couple of years with the Reds, made their opening day team last year. Out of their bullpen, they let him go.
In fact, he threw that inside breaking ball and strikes out Tulowitzki. So Tulo's retired for the first time tonight.
Inside breaking ball. That's a slider that backs up. And as a hitter, you're just hoping that that thing goes around the plate if you're frozen like that. There's Brooke Jacoby, the hitting coach, going over the scouting report on Big Jumbo.
Justin Smoke has walked and grounded out. Mighty cut, might have been upstairs a bit.
You got to take a shot right here at your Smoke. Then he gets himself a fastball. You take a shot like that because you're a power hitter and you represent the tying run.
Wouldn't chase that fastball. That gets away from Norris. Bautista will go to second. Moves into scoring position for Smoke. Second wild pitch of the inning. Andres threw one in the dirt. Donaldson did a terrific job of moving from second to third, and that set up the sac fly for Bautista.
Rays giving the Blue Jays extra chances this inning. Going to spike that slider in front of Norris, and it goes all the way back to the backstop. They've already dropped the ball in the outfield this inning.
Smoke hits it down the right side. Souza's on the run. He's not going to get it. It drops. Bautista's in to score. Smoke is headed for second, and he'll stop there. Dustin Smoke with a 2-out double. Fourth double for the Blue Jays tonight.
Gotta love those clutch hits. Donaldson was wild pitched to third base and scored on the sacrifice fly by Bautista. They dropped the ball in the outfield, then they wild pitched Bautista to second base, and now Smoke gets on top of that fastball. Going to come up with a clutch 2-out RBI double out of the reach of Souza. It's been an adventure out there this inning for him.
Well, you think about it, the Rays have kicked it around a little bit. They've just been charged with one error, but they've had a couple of plays that they haven't made. And then the two wild pitches contributing to both runs this inning. One-run game at 6-5 Tampa. Another ball gets away from Norris. Tampa Bay's letting Blue Jays right back in this game.
Yes. For years, Tampa Bay was success. It was built on pitching and defense. The last couple of years, their defense has really let them down.
A pass ball charged to the catcher. Norris is late reacting to this pitch up and in. Up and away from Carrera, and he
right off the glove and
just whiffed it.
You know what that does? It brings the corners in of the infield now because of Carrera's ability to bunt.
Carrera had a base hit to left field his last time up. 3-0 now.
Look at where the first baseman Ricky Weeks is playing. Pull the ball, you can get right by him. Tie this game up.
Carrera has the count in his favor. Smoke at third, 2 outs. Fly ball to left. Borges was shaded toward the line. He makes the catch, but the Blue Jays score 2 runs here in the 5th. Bautista with a sacrifice fly, and Justin Smoke. It's an RBI double. Smoke hits it to right field. Bautista comes in to score, and just like that, it's a brand new ball game. Rockies, they've got some concerns about their rotation. Luis Severino pitching tonight, 5 innings, 4 earned runs on 6 hits, but he's thrown 89 pitches. Really having trouble economizing on his pitch count. Ubaldo Jimenez out of the ball game. Jimenez went just 4 1/3. He threw 94 pitches in 4 1/3.
They got the same disease that we have in this game here. The starter is throwing a lot of pitches.
It's a 6-5 Rays lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Ryan Tepera in his 2nd inning of relief. Dominic Leone pitched well. He kept the Blue Jays in this game. Leone went 2 2/3, allowed a run on 1 hit, had 3 strikeouts. Ball and a strike. Tepera threw just 13 pitches to retire the side in order in the 4th. Gibbons and Pete Walker trying to piece together the rest of this game. Tulowitzki can't make the play. Sneaks under his glove into center. Weeks is aboard. Ricky Weeks has had a perfect night at the plate. A walk, a double, and now a single.
They have new turf here. We didn't talk about it much last night, and it's quick. This ball got on the ground. I thought Tulowitzki had a shot at it, but you can see it hits the turf and just scoots out into the outfield. Brand new turf. And talking to some of the Rays people, they were saying that it's true, but it's very fast.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Rogers Center turf a couple of years ago when it was first laid down. It's just got to settle in. The infielders talked about the different speed of the infield turf and then the dirt. How the dirt is much quicker. Derek Norris had a sac fly in the 2nd. He walked and scored in the 1st.
Well, they want to get through this inning quickly, get back in that dugout. You can feel the momentum starting to shift over towards the Blue Jays. Need a quick inning here. That guy's not running over at first base.
Now, Ricky Weeks doesn't run like he did early in his career. He had 5 steals in 5 attempts last year playing in Arizona, but I don't think he's running here.
You know what Kevin Cash might do here? He might feel like that momentum is going over to the Blue Jays. He might put the hit and run on, try to start something here. Derek Norris can handle the bat. Saw him the other day shoot a ball to right field for an RBI. What you don't want to do, I think, as a manager right there is sit back and let that team keep pounding on you. You gotta make things happen sometimes.
Yeah, you certainly can't call off the offense here. It's the 5th inning.
Well, sometimes you can jumpstart the offense by putting a guy in motion, possibly opening up a hole on the infield. Play hit and run.
On the ground, but foul. In case you're just joining us, Francisco Liriano started this game, and he entered the bottom of the 1st with a 2-0 lead. Blue Jays scored 2 runs in the 1st, but Liriano could record just 1 out. He gave up 5 runs on 3 hits and 4 walks. Shortest outing of Liriano's career.
Now John Gibbons got to keep looking at that scorecard and say, okay, now how can I use my staff, my bullpen, to get me later into this game where my offense can help me catch up. They've done that. They've done their part. They put 3 runs on the board the last 2 innings to make it a 1-run game.
Norris strikes out. 1 away.
Home Hardware and Building Center locations, proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. That's where we're at. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Tampa Bay scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st to take a 5-2 lead. We're at 6-5 now. Tampa Bay still with a 1-run lead. Hot shot. Smoke steps on the bag for 1. There's the throw to second for a double play. Well, Ryan Tepera gets Brad Miller to bounce into a 3-6 double play. Blue Jays turned 4 double plays last night. The double play here in the 5th closes out the Rays. No problem for Smoke. Steps on first, throws to second to Tulowitzki.
To Jays Care. You'll receive a tax receipt for the full auction sale value and help provide more than 60,000 Canadian kids opportunities to play ball, learn from positive role models, and develop essential life skills. Visit jayscare.com/cars today.
New pitcher for the Rays is the rookie Austin Crute. He's making his 3rd big league appearance. He made his major league debut on Sunday, opening day.
Yeah, they didn't catch the ball for him. He didn't pitch that badly. Gave up a run in that inning, but defense kind of let him down. He was a 9th-round pick just in 2013 from Houston. He throws a lot of strikes. Pounds that strike zone. He's 27 years old. He was a starter in the minor leagues. He has now transitioned into the bullpen and makes his first big league club.
Last season, Pruitt was the most valuable player for AAA Durham. Made a career high 28 starts. Saltalamacchia, then Pilar back to the top of the order.
Kevin Cash was talking about Pruitt after that game, and he said that he didn't pitch poorly. He said, you know, our defense could have helped him out. There was a line drive that was dropped in that inning also. There's that big curveball. He's got a good changeup and a good curveball. He said, I can't wait to run him back out there because he's a big league pitcher. Throws a lot of strikes.
This is his 5th season in the Rays organization, his 1st year in the big leagues. Popped up out of play behind home plate. Matt Andriese, the starter for Tampa Bay, didn't get an out in the fourth. He faced 2 batters in the fourth and was lifted in favor of Jumbo Diaz. Diaz went an inning, allowed a hit, struck out a batter. Now Austin Pruitt. Base hit for Saltalamacchia. The Jays keep pressure on Tampa Bay.
Absolutely. That pitch caught a little bit too much of the plate. With 2 strikes, and Saltalamacchia said thank you very much. Good start here in the 6th inning, and there's 2 strikes. Tries to backdoor that cutter. It's up and catches too much of the plate.
So the tag man is on base. Number 9 hitter Kevin Pillar singled back in the 4th. Pillar takes a high strike. Blue Jays have 9 hits. They have 5 extra base hits, 4 doubles and a home run.
They've left 5 on through 5. They've had their chances, but their at-bats are looking much better. Timing, keeping the pressure on. Boy, if Pillar can get on right here, set the table, turn that lineup over.
High fly ball, left center. Borges over there. Kiermaier calls him off and makes the catch. Pillar flies out to center. Saltalamacchia returns to first. One out, back to the top of the order for Devin Travis. Travis grounded out with a couple men on in the 4th inning. Hit a hot shot to Brad Miller, who bobbled the ball. Miller threw low in the dirt to first, but Ricky Weeks dug it out of the dirt to end the inning.
Well, that was a 1-hop scorcher, wasn't it? Right at Miller. Backhanded it, bobbled it just for a little bit. I mean, he was all over that pitch.
Devin hit .395 against Tampa Bay last year. 15 hits and 38 at bats.
Yeah, he has enjoyed the pitching of the Tampa Bay Rays in his young career. He also has 9 extra base hits and 13 RBIs in his career. There are the numbers just from last season. Looking pretty good here at 2-0.
Now it's 3-0. Trouble for Tampa Bay waiting on deck. Josh Donaldson doubled and scored in the 5th. Travis takes a strike. This Blue Jays lineup really sets up well now. Bottom of the order with Herrera, Saltalamacchia, switch hitter, and Pillar. Then you turn it over. Travis, Donaldson, Bautista, Morales, Tulowitzki.
It's getting a little bit balanced, isn't it? With the left-handers, the switch hitters that they have in the lineup.
Look out, Josh. Wow. Donaldson creeping up to get a good look at Austin Pruitt. Got awfully close to home plate, and he's fortunate they got out of the way of that bat that Travis flung back to the backstop.
And batters, if they haven't faced a guy for the first time, they like to get up there and see what that ball is doing. Breaking ball, change up, whatever it is, so they want to get a little bit closer to eyeball that thing. Almost got too close.
Ball 4. Travis draws the 1-out walk. First and second for Donaldson. Donaldson scorched a double off the base of the wall in left center his last time up. He struck out his first 2 at-bats and then jumped all over a breaking ball.
That's Pruitt's best pitch, is that good, strong overhand curveball.
You just don't know how rookies are going to react the first time they work against the AL East teams and face a former MVP.
See what Josh does here. Yet he hit that double off the curveball. He struck out twice against Andres on fastballs.
Takes a pitch downstairs. That cutter just 88 miles an hour.
Boy, look at the concentration in Donaldson's eyes. He is locked in on that guy.
With each pitch, Donaldson gathering more information about a pitcher he hasn't faced before.
This pitch might tell you everything you need to know right here. 2-0. Really no place to put him with Bautista and then Morales coming up. Does he challenge him?
No.
No.
They're trying to cut it, and the ball just kind of dies before it gets to the strike zone. 3-0, of course. You'll give Donaldson the green light. He's got terrific judgment. Bautista on deck. In the hole, Morales.
He had a 3-0 count the other day against Kevin Gausman and popped up and popped out. He knows Gausman. He doesn't know Pruitt. So he's taken all the way. That's what I thought. Say, I want to look at that fastball. Let me see what that fastball looks like. So he was taken all the way.
3-1 now. 1 out. Runners at first and second. Cutter off the plate. That'll load the bases. He wouldn't challenge Donaldson. Pick your poison. Donaldson or Bautista. Here comes Jim Hickey again with the rookie in a jam. Bautista at the plate. 1 out and the bases loaded.
Yeah, nobody throwing behind them. They might be getting the call now, but they see one of the catchers now get up and start moving around down there. This is your inning. Cedeno, the left-hander.
Well, the Blue Jays really have the luxury now of this lineup with Saltalamacchia and Smoke in there. Now they have 3 switch hitters in their lineup. That really creates problems for the opposing manager.
Yeah, you can't play matchup. Morales, Smoke, and Saltalamacchia. Bases loaded.
Bautista fouls it off the catcher. Derek Norris will take a moment to regroup. Obviously kind of muggy inside the dome here.
He's in some pain too.
He is sweating, and now the added pain of being hit by that foul ball. Kevin Cash knows all about that. He was a catcher in his playing days, so he can sympathize with Norris. Mike Winters, the catchers and umpires are in the same fraternity. They are vulnerable to those foul balls, and Winters, a couple of words of encouragement. Hang in there, Derek. You'll be all right.
Blue Jays need a big hit.
They got a big hit last night from Kendrys Morales, a grand slam. Bases loaded for Bautista. Tried to check his swing and did, according to Mark Wakeman.
We've had a lot of those tonight, those check swings. Pitches just off the plate. A lot of breaking balls tonight from the starters and now the bullpen. Let's see if Jose checks up.
Blue Jays might have got a break there. 1-1 now. Boy, he cuts everything. Cutter, slider, not too many straight fastballs.
Would you? Bases loaded and the hitters that the Blue Jays are sending up there.
Meat of the order for the Jays. Donaldson walked after Travis drew the walk. Saltalamacchia singled to start the inning. He's at third. Bautista foul tips.
Another cutter. When you don't know a guy and you've never faced him before, you want to see a couple of pitches. Pruitt's a rookie. You want to see what that breaking ball looks like out of his hand. That's probably going to be his go-to pitch with 2 strikes.
Everything has been away. We'll go away again.
I'd say look for it.
Yeah, I think so. When Bautista hit a sac fly to right field with Donaldson at third last time up, Saltalamacchia singled, Travis drew a walk, and Donaldson walked right behind Travis. Bases loaded for Bautista. A 3-2 count. Pruitt strikes him out. Another breaking ball.
I don't think he saw one straight pitch in that at bat. So now back to the drawing board for the Tampa Bay Rays. They're going to make another pitching change.
Kendrys Morales, this is interesting. Morales hit a grand slam batting right-handed last night. The Rays will bring in a left-hander to give Morales that same opportunity. The Rays call upon Xavier Cedeno, who made 54 appearances last year. Cedeno in to turn Morales around. Morales left-handed 3 times. He went 1 for 3 with a double. Now with the bases loaded and 2 outs, they'll turn him around.
And this is where he, like you mentioned, Buck, he hit a home run right-handed last night against the lefty.
The splits for Morales for his career are very close. He's hit .278 against lefty pitching, .270 against righty pitching. Of course, he has more than twice as many at-bats against right-handed pitchers.
And not a lot of history versus Xavier Cedeno, the only lefty in the pen for the Rays. That's what you're going to get. Cutter, curveball. Batters at times have trouble picking up the ball from Cedeno because he hides it well and he gets on top of it. But it's basically cutter, curveball.
Ball and a strike to the cleanup hitter, Kendrys Morales. Outside, boy, he is loaded up on that back leg, isn't he?
Looking for something on the inner half that he can take out the left field. Cedeno doesn't throw that hard, but he's got great command. Just 13 walks all last season.
We mentioned 4 grand slams for Morales. 3 of them have come hitting right-handed. Cutter just fouled it off.
Well, we talked about it in the opening that he's going to get his share of chances to drive in runs, batting cleanup on this team. He's going to have guys on base all season long.
Two and 2, bases loaded, 2 outs. The Blue Jays trail 6-5. Bounced in the dirt. Norris keeps it in front of him. Now the Blue Jays runners on base will get a running start. Saltalamacchia from third, Travis from second, and Donaldson from first. Tulowitzki's had a big night with the bat. 2-run double and a solo homer. Here's the payoff pitch. There go the runners. Pulled just foul wide of third.
Wow, that didn't miss by much.
Morales has good at bats, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's had some good at bats here early in the season.
Morales had a bases loaded walk in the opener on Monday in Baltimore. Saltalamacchia off the pitch, and there's the ball, bounces just wide of third. So we'll do it again. Ball 4. Tie ball game, 6-6. Another RBI for Morales.
And another walk by the Rays. That's their 3rd walk this inning. Take what they give you.
Well, that's the one thing about this lineup. All the hitters in the lineup are aware they can pass the baton to the next guy. Good job by Saltalamacchia in a leadoff single. He comes around to score the tying run. 6-6. And here's Tulowitzki. 2 for 3 so far with 3 RBIs.
Same thing. You're going to get the same thing. He sat on that on-deck circle and saw Cedeno throw all cutters and curveballs. Now you can get up there and just look for one.
Don't have to swing at balls. Another breaking ball, not even close.
A little bit different now with that left-hander out there and the cutter and the curveball. That thing's coming into you now. This is where you want to be a little bit quick, and this is where you can pull the ball maybe down into that corner or into the gap in left center field for a couple of runs. You don't have to think about flaying it to right field or trying to shoot it to right field. That thing is coming in towards you. Get the head out.
Oh, he took a mighty cut. Just foul tipped it into the catcher's glove. Three and one now.
Boy, wait him out. See that ball about thigh high right here, 3-1. He almost has to put it on the tee for you.
Justin Smoke had an RBI double back in the fifth. Tulowitzki with the count at 3-1. He takes a high strike. Base hit, and the Blue Jays will take the lead. Ball four, back to back. Bases loaded, walks. The Blue Jays have a 7-6 lead.
4 of them now this inning. Andriese had 1. Diaz didn't have any. Pruitt had 2. Blue Jays, just take what they give you. Just keep taking your walks.
4 walks in the inning. Justin Smoke batting right-handed. Had an RBI double his last time up. Not even close.
Yeah, no need to be anxious now. Nobody thrown in the bullpen. They're not going to make a pitching change. Just be patient.
Liriano is off the hook. Tepera now the pitcher of record. So we were talking about pitching for this ball club. Pitching in games you trail, just keep it close. Tepera, 2 good innings. Jim Hickey with a very deliberate slow walk to the mound. There's not a whole lot he can do right here. 2-0 count. You see Steve Pearce in the background. He's come out on deck. He would bat for Ezekiel Carrera. Blue Jays have scored 2 runs here in the 6th. They get busted wide open here.
And this ball has to be right there for Smoke to swing.
It is, but it's lined right to the shortstop. But the Blue Jays take advantage of the wild relief corps of the Rays. They take a 7-6 lead. Ryan Tepera back out to the mound. season, and they're going toe-to-toe down there in Arlington. Well, the Blue Jays have taken the lead. Single run in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth. It's 7-6 now. Tampa Bay scored 5 in the bottom of the first, added a run in the second, haven't scored since then.
Keep it right there. Ryan Tepera working on his third inning now.
Bottom of the order, Tepera's got to be really aggressive right here. Just go right after him. Tepera has thrown just 22 pitches in his 2 innings of relief.
That's a good start right there. You're right. Go right after them. Put the pressure on them. They're now losing. They're behind in this game, so you put the pressure on them. His stuff is good enough.
Jim Beckham 0 for 1 with a walk. Strike 2. Tepera's really got to be aggressive here. Not only is he pitching with the lead now, but he's pitching against a team that's demoralized. The Blue Jays scored 2 runs on 1 hit. Top half of the inning. Took advantage of 4 walks. 2 bases loaded walks.
Been a grind game, hasn't it? From the first inning on. A lot of pitches thrown already tonight. Andriese threw 85 in 4 innings. Liriano threw a third of an inning through 35 pitches. Those were your starters.
2-2 now. Leadoff man here in the bottom of the 6th, and you're right, it's been kind of an emotional roller coaster for both ball clubs. Line over Travis into center. Beckham with a leadoff single. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. J.P. Howell is ready in the Blue Jays bullpen. The Rays have announced a pinch hitter. Corey Dickerson has been announced into the game, and with that, John Gibbons will counter that move with a move of his own. Tepera will leave in favor of J.P. Howell. Pitching change here. The Blue Jays are up by a run. Here comes the lefty.
ball game now. And Howell spent 6 seasons here in Tampa Bay, the last 4 in LA with the Dodgers, and he told me he faces NL hitters differently than AL hitters. I asked him how, and he said, well, in NL ballparks, they're much bigger, so he'll go to 2-0 fastballs a lot more. Then he said that he can also throw a pitch that catches a lot of the plate, almost daring the batter to try to belt it out of that ballpark. Facing AL hitters, Howell said he's got to do a lot of his homework on the hitters. He mixes and matches because one bad pitch in an AL ballpark could prove to be a costly mistake. Buck.
A lot of small ballparks, especially in the American League East, and J.P. Howell has faced just one batter so far this season, Chris Davis, and he got Davis to fly out to left to end the inning. Corey Dickerson, the pinch hitter. And Howell misses with the first pitch.
Good pitch. The thing came back, looked like it might have got the corner. Dickerson doesn't face too many lefties. He's only had 3 at-bats this year versus left-handed pitching. But he's a power hitter.
Dickerson batting for Daniel Robertson, the DH. Beckham at first. Howell wants a new baseball. As I mentioned, J.P. Howell pitched 6 seasons with Tampa Bay. Began his career with the Kansas City Royals, came to Tampa Bay in 2006. Two and 0, driven to right. Bautista's back. It is over his head, off the wall. Beckham is headed toward third. He's being stopped there as Dickerson rips a double off the wall in right.
Well, he got behind him. 2-0, and he's got to come to a guy who's had multi-hit games in his last 2 games, and he's swinging a hot bat. Dickerson looks good at the plate. Ball stayed up out of the plate. They wanted this thing down and away. You can see it's up, and Dickerson just missed it. Bautista playing a little bit deeper, can't catch up to it. By the time he runs it down, it's going to be a double. Beckham with some speed is going to read that ball off the bat, and as soon as he sees it over the head of Bautista, Hoder's over to third base.
Second double of the season for Dickerson. He also has a home run. Here is Peter Borges. Borges got the start in this game because Francisco Liriano was the starter for the Blue Jays. He is in an early season platoon in left field. Borges can bunt, and Smoke is aware of that. He's in on the edge of the turf at first.
Yeah, he's going to try and push this ball to the right side. That's why Howell is trying to stay inside on him. Try to push it to the right side, score the run, get that runner over to third base.
Two and 0. Now 3-0. Joe Smith has just gotten up. Borges batting 9th in the order. Steven Souza is on deck. Nobody out. Four-pitch walk. So Borges is aboard. That'll load the bases for Tampa Bay.
Big leg fight tonight, isn't it? Like a heavyweight fight.
Absolutely.
Both teams going back and forth and back and forth. Managers trying to find the right combination.
Blue Jays infield in on the corners. They'll play it back up the middle. Try to turn 2. Steven Souza Jr. takes it away for a ball.
Good time for a meeting right here. He's falling off the mound and just not being able to get that ball in the zone. He needs a comebacker right here.
A 1-2-3 double play. It'd be sweet right now.
Blue Jays got out of 4 innings yesterday with double play balls.
Another ball, 2-0. 3 straight 2-0 counts for Howell. Souza's off to a good start this season. The fastball catches the outside corner. Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder, is on deck. Nobody out. Fly ball to the gap in right, and that's going to drop and get past Pilar. Beckham's in to score. Dickerson's right behind him. They're going to stop Borges at third, and the Rays have retaken the lead.
Borges, the runner, almost caught Dickerson. He read that ball was going to be down. He was the runner at first base, read that it was going to be down. Dickerson had to hold up. Wasn't sure if Pilar was going to come up with one of those outstanding catches that we have seen. This ball down and away, and you mentioned Souza's been swinging a hot bat. He's seeing it. Stays on this thing. Doesn't take a full swing, but he's strong enough to drive it into the gap in right field. Dickerson scores from second. Borges was right behind him, as you see in that replay. And just like that, after the Blue Jays take the lead in the top of the inning, the Rays come storming back. They've taken the lead, and there's still nobody out.
8-7, Tampa Bay. Infield is in. Kiermaier takes ball 1. Souza at second with a 2-run double. Peter Borges at third. Another 2-0 count.
Yeah.
4 hitters in a row that Howell has gone 2-0. Bottom of the 6th inning. A seesaw game. Kiermaier 0 for 3 so far in this game with a couple of strikeouts.
Not much that Pete Walker can do.
Ball 4. So Howell walks Kiermaier to load the bases. Still nobody out. Tough outing for J.P. Howell. There'll be better days. Joe Smith coming on. Still nobody out. Longoria will bat. P. Howell. He came in to face Corey Dickerson, their left-handed pinch hitter. Gave up a double, and Control let him down. Just 3 strikes and 15 pitches.
So the bases are still loaded now, and still nobody out. Joe Smith, who pitched in last night's game, a third of an inning for Joe. He had to walk at a double. 3rd game of the season for Joe Smith already. He's a ground ball pitcher, so the infield has to come in. Even though you're facing Evan Longoria, you're down by a run. You got to bring the infield in. You got to cut him off.
Longoria homered in the 1st inning.
You know, it's getting late. If it's the 2nd or 3rd inning, you play the infield back and you'll concede a run for a double play. Now in the 6th inning, you only have 3 more at bats. You got to play the infield in. Hope he hits it at somebody.
Oh, 0-2. Smith jumps ahead of Longoria. Been a tough out with the bases loaded.
He's the type of player that loves these type of situations. Loves men on base late in the ball game. Seems to be able to slow everything down.
Oh, what a big strikeout for Smith. He gets that breaking ball away from Longoria. That's the 1st out of the inning.
Well, with that strikeout, it does a couple of things. That's a slider that rises up out of the strike zone. Now you can move the infield back a little bit if you want to and play for the conventional double play.
Tulowitzki in to talk to Smith, and Saltalamacchia has joined them. And there's going to be a pinch hitter. A right-hander was scheduled, Ricky Weeks, the first baseman. And now Logan Morrison has come out on deck, and that's why the conference on the mound.
They got Morrison to hit into a double play last night. They were really crowding the middle of the diamond, and Marcus Stroman got him to hit into a double play to end one of those innings.
Tulowitzki was shaded up the middle. Morrison hit it right towards second. Tulowitzki stepped on the bag and threw to first for the inning-ending double play in the 2nd.
And that's where he is right now.
First pitch strike. Ricky Weeks, the starter at first, 2 for 2 with a walk, and he scored a run. He had a good night. Breaking ball looped into left, and this is going to drop. 1 run is in. They're going to stop Souza at 3rd. Borges comes in to score. 2nd pinch hit, base hit of the inning. Corey Dickerson hit a double, and now Morrison fights off the pitch and drops one in left for an RBI single.
Carrero's played deep in left field, respecting his power. Ball wasn't hit that hard. Slider that gets in on the hands. You can see Carrero where he's playing, and no chance for Zeke to come in and make one of those circus catches. Everybody moves up 90 feet.
Little flare drops in left. RBI single for Morrison. This is Derek Norris. Slider for a strike. Bases still loaded. Blue Jays playing for 2. Seven Tampa Bay. The hits are even at 9 apiece. The Blue Jays again have stranded 8 base runners. Tampa Bay just 3. Smith needs a ground ball here. Norris behind 0-2.
Nice.
Boy, that's a wicked breaking ball.
It sweeps out of his hand, and you see it as a right-handed hitter. You'd think it's going to be there, and as you start your swing, the thing just keeps going away from you. Norris didn't pick that one up. Joe Smith comes up with another big strikeout. Watch where this ball starts. You can see he's coming from sidearm, almost right at the hitter, and then it sweeps to the outside.
Brad Miller with 2 outs goes after the first pitch. Smith is making much better quality pitches in this inning. He deserved a better fate on the Morrison at bat. He jammed Logan Morrison, but Morrison dropped it in left.
Got away with one there. He can sink the ball to lefties. He can use a high fastball against lefties if he wants to. Got different ways he can get you out. He'll also four-seam that thing. That was it right there. Four-seam it up to him if he wants to.
Tampa Bay with 3 runs in this inning. Breaking ball. Good job by Smith. He ends up striking out the side, but Tampa Bay sends 9 men to the plate in the 6th, and they've taken a 9-7 lead. Life in the AL East, back and forth ball game. So we've got one here. It's 9-7 Tampa Bay. Danny Farquhar makes his 3rd appearance of the season. Starts the 7th inning.
It's never easy, is it? Back and forth and back and forth. Farquhar pitched last night an inning, gave up a couple of hits to the Blue Jays. So he's on.
Logan Morrison entered the game as a pinch hitter and got an RBI single. He's now at first base. Tampa Bay Rays have done a number against the Blue Jays lefties tonight. Between Liriano and Howe, they retired just 1 batter. Give up 5 hits and 7 earned runs. They also walked 6. Ezekiel Carrera starting the 7th inning here. Three and 1. There have been 12 walks in the game. There's a strike. Blue Jays have walked 5 times. The Rays have walked 7 times.
Out there might have been another one right there. That one looked like it might have been off the plate.
Broken bat up the middle. Beckham near second, throws in time at first. Nice play by Beckham, who again shows his athleticism. He had a similar play in the 4th inning when he played a ball off the glove of the second baseman, Brad Miller.
He also had to deal with this ball possibly hitting the bag. So you got to keep your concentration on that ball, and then in one motion fires it over to first base. Good play.
Jeff Saltamaki got the only hit for the Blue Jays in the 6th inning. It was a leadoff single, but the Blue Jays parlayed that into 2 runs and took the lead. Didn't last very long.
Yeah. Nice little stroll around the bases, some of those guys. 4 walks after that single by Saltamaki. Played those 2 runs.
Boy, the hitters have had favorable counts all night long. Welcome to those fans who have been watching the hockey game. He's lost to Tampa Bay on Sportsnet East. Popped up over near the seats. Long run for Longoria. He gets there and makes the catch in foul territory. It is a 9-7 Tampa Bay lead with 2 outs here in the 7th. And to give you a little recap, the Blue Jays took a 2-0 lead top half of the 1st inning. Troy Tulowitzki, a 2-run double. You see Aaron Luke loosening up. Tampa Bay stormed back with 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st. Francisco Liriano, the starter, could get just 1 out as he was charged with 5 earned runs on 3 hits and 4 walks. The Blue Jays took the lead in the top of the 6th. They scored 2 runs on 1 hit and 4 walks, but Tampa Bay came right back and retook the lead. 9-7 now. This is popped up over near the seats. Morrison right at the wall, but it's out of play. Pilar with another base hit. 2 for 4 for Kevin.
Fans, you can follow Blue Jays baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all season long with Game Day. Live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball. And if you've got that app, you can see that the Texas Rangers are putting a hurting on the Oakland A's 10-4. Nomar Mazara with 6 RBIs tonight. He's a good-looking young player for the Rangers.
Devin Travis takes ball 1 from Farquhar. The pitching in the AL East tonight has taken a beating. In Baltimore, the Yankees and the Orioles have scored 11 runs and they've played 8 innings. In Detroit, Boston scored 5, but they lose 6-5.
Yeah, they actually took the lead in that game late, but coughed it up.
High fly ball to right center. Travis flies out to Kiermaier, and the Blue Jays are done in the top of the 7th. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Blue Jays down by 2. You can see more baseball action tomorrow on Sportsnet. Red Sox and Tigers. It all starts at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Eduardo Rodriguez, the young left-hander, will go to the mound for Boston and be closed by Jordan Zimmerman. The Red Sox, boy, they have really been battling the flu. Got a couple of players out with the flu. Robbie Ross Jr. was put on the disabled list with the flu.
Mookie Betts missed today's game because of that. Mitch Moreland just has come back because of that. Xander Bogaerts missed the game today. He's on the bereavement list. They had the lead late and then coughed it up. Detroit came storming back to win that ball game. Blue Jays are hoping to do the same thing. First, they have to get some shutdown innings. Aaron Loop will become the 5th reliever for the Blue Jays tonight. There are Aaron's numbers in 21 games last season. He's made 1 appearance this year already. That was against the Baltimore Orioles.
Faced 1 batter. That was a pinch hitter, Trey Mancini, who singled off of Luke. Tim Beckham started the rally in the 6th for Tampa Bay. He had a 2-2 single into center. He'd come around to score the tying run at 7-7. The Rays would add 2 more.
You know what hurt about that is he was down 0-2. Missed a couple of breaking balls off the plate and then hit a 2-2 pitch to right field for a base hit. That started everything. Started all the wheels turning for the Blue Jays. They just couldn't get it out.
Joe Smith did a nice job. He struck out the side in the 6th. He gave up a bloop single to Logan Morrison, a pinch hitter. Beckham strikes out. Loop's thrown the ball well all spring long. He told us during spring training he was not really 100% physically. Last year came back probably before he should have.
Yeah, and then the numbers just weren't there. He says he feels great this year. He can pump that fastball in on righties now, and he's got some finish to it. A little bit of a better breaking ball than last year, and then he can turn the ball over. They're going to need him for an inning, maybe even 2 tonight.
They got 2 more games in this series. Aaron Sanchez will go to the mound to make his season debut tomorrow, and then Marco Estrada will wrap it up on Sunday. Sanchez chomping at the bit to toe the rubber. Off the glove of Donaldson, and Dickerson's going to reach base. Boy, Dickerson swinging the bat well early on.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight. Now 20, 25 pounds in the offseason, and his bat looks quicker. That ball is scorched right at Donaldson.
Second hit of the ball game. He had a double pinch hitting, and now he's credited with a base hit. That's a hot shot, slicing away from Donaldson. He got a glove on it. But Dickerson's aboard for a second time tonight. Peter Borges is a terrific bunter. Not showing bunts here, and bounces it towards second. Tulowitzki will flip to second for one, and that's all they'll get. Fielder's choice, 6-4. Dickerson's retired, and Borges is at first.
Ball hit a little bit harder. They got a chance for two, and now 2 down, a runner at first base. They might try and gamble and try and get him into scoring position. He's got some speed. 6 for 10 last year in stolen bases. Keep an eye out.
Borges ran a lot early in his career, but he has not had double-digit steals since 2011.
Well, he's not going anywhere with that lead over there. That was not a really aggressive lead at first base.
Steven Souza Jr. They mentioned how well he's swinging the bat. He had a big 2-run double in that 6-inning rally. He walked and scored in the first. This is just the 6th time in his career he's hit leadoff. You know what he's really done, Pat? He's cut down the strikeouts.
Yeah, that was
struck out just once this season.
That was a big problem for him last year. The strikeouts. It seems to be a little bit more under control.
They got Borges picked off, but he's out at second, and boy, I don't know about that. Borges looked like he slid in ahead of the tag. Smoke made a strong throw, and I bet you Tampa Bay is going to look at this.
Oh,
one.
yeah. Yeah, here we go. That came quick from the dugout of the Tampa Bay Rays, so they must have seen something very quickly that he was safe. The tag looked like it was high. One more time. He's going on first movement from Loop. Good throw by Smoke. And they're going to reverse this. That's an easy one. He is on the base.
Yeah.
And Tulo holds it there. Does he come off? No. He's safe.
Yeah. It looked like he got that straight leg in on the bag before Tulowitzki could put the tag on him. So I wouldn't be surprised if they overturned this call on the field.
That should be an easy one and a quick one, too.
It would be the 3rd out of the inning if the call on the field stands. There's another look at it from a different angle. Well, you can't fault the umpire for his positioning. He was right on top of the play. That's Mike Molchinski. And they turn it over, overturn the call. Borges credited with a stolen base. One and two. Strike 3 call. So after the video review, Luke comes back and strikes out Souza. We'll go to the 8th.
Look at Aaron Sanchez and his parents Lynn and Mike Shipley as the Blue Jays young starter makes the climb from disadvantaged beginnings in Barstow, California to Major League stardom. Catch it Sunday right here on Sportsnet. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Be interesting to check that out on Sunday. Make sure you have a look at that. Well, Blue Jays got a chance here. Donaldson, Bautista, and Morales in the 8th. Donaldson doubled and scored in the 5th, and then he walked in the 6th. They've been working him away a lot
with that breaking ball. Away. They got him his first 2 times up with the fastball with 2 strikes, and there it is.
We mentioned this is Farquhar's 3rd appearance of the season. Donaldson stayed on that pitch away. Farquhar worked last inning in the 7th. He gave up a 2-out single to Kevin Pillar, but then got Travis to end the inning. Again, a pitch away from Donaldson. Alex Colomé, the closer for Tampa Bay, starting to loosen up. Says popped up over near the seats. Morrison is there. He loses it for a moment. And then when he saw it, it was too late. He couldn't close ground. No play there. That's the challenges of playing in this ballpark. All the supports up there, cables, catwalks.
You see him looking up. It's trying to find the stands and then trying to find the ball. You see him? He couldn't pick the ball up. The roof is white. So he went over there. He took his eye off of it to find out where the stands were, and then had to look back up to that. Couldn't find the ball. So Josh has a second chance.
Another pop up. This one well out of play. Blue Jays are down by 2. Morrison, a big hit, grouped an RBI single in to drive in the 9th run for Tampa Bay. Donaldson hits it high and deep to center. Kiermaier at the wall, jumps, and this one is gone. Josh Donaldson with his first home run of the season. It's a 1-run game. They kept pitching him away, and he stayed on it and drives it out to center.
Yeah, and they kept throwing that fastball. Again, that's what they got him the first 2 times up in strikeouts. But Josh was waiting for him this time. He hit 4 home runs versus the Rays last year. This is his first one this year and his first home run of the season. That's a good feel. You got to wait to make sure Kiermaier doesn't come up with it, don't you?
Well, he timed it perfectly. He just couldn't make a grab. It was beyond his reach in center, and Donaldson, a double and a home run tonight. Bautista has scored a couple of runs. He drove in a run with a sac fly. Another look at this swing. Well, that just stayed out over the plate.
Yeah, and he stayed right through it. I love the finish. I mean, that was a great high finish on that high fastball. Look at that. That's how you drive the ball out of here. Again, Kiermaier, the Gold Glover, got back there. You got to wait because he timed it perfectly, and it's just out of his reach. And over the wall, and we have a 1-run ball game.
Blue Jays erased a 4-run deficit earlier tonight. They took a lead in the 6th, but gave it right back in the bottom half of the inning. Blue Jays bats coming alive. 8 runs on 11 hits tonight. Popped up. Shallow center field. The second baseman, Brad Miller, makes the catch. So interesting matchup here. Farquhar will face Kendrys Morales.
Decisions for Kevin Cash. He's got his closer warming up. In that bullpen, it's a one-run game. Does he leave Farquhar in? How's he going to split this up? Yeah, I like this matchup for the Blue Jays because Farquhar will throw you his fastball. And he likes to keep it down, and Morales, if you remember earlier in the game, just missed a low fastball.
Two and 0. Fouled back. He had a good cut. Farquhar and Morales were teammates with the Seattle Mariners in 2013. So Kendrys has a real good idea what Farquhar features. He didn't want too much of Morales. He's staying away from him. Kendrys has good power to the opposite field from both sides of the plate. Boy, everything down and away.
Don't really get hurt down and away like that. Morales is showing some great patience at the plate, laying off those pitches.
Hits it to Longoria. Long throw in time. 2 away. Now time for Drive of the Game, brought to you by Honda, official vehicle of the Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
It's been a game of first for Troy Tulowitzki. This is his first hit. It's his first 2 RBIs. This came in the first inning. The Blue Jays jumped ahead 2-0. He also hit his first home run of 2017. This drive to right field after 24 of them last year. That's number 1 tonight, and it's also our drive of the game.
And Tulowitzki will force a pitching change. Alex Colomé into work, looking for a 4-out save. The top half of the 8th inning, Alex Colomé, 2 for 2 so far this season. These were just 2 innings. But Kevin Cash didn't want Troy Tulowitzki to face Farquhar, so now the closer is on, looking for a 4-out save.
He transitioned nicely into the bullpen last year for 37 saves. His strikeout rate rose, having to deal with just 1 inning. Throws hard.
Tulowitzki goes after the first pitch, hits it to Beckham, and that'll do it. Colomé gets out of the 8th with 1 pitch, but it's a 1-run game. Now time for an update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Presented by Honda. On Sportsnet. Presented by Honda. You can count on us to get home safe. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Tropicana Field, it has been a seesaw battle all night long. It started in the first inning when both teams combined to score 7 runs. Tampa Bay had a 5-2 lead after 1, and it has gone back and forth all night long. Aaron Loup gave up an infield single, but struck out 2 in his first inning of work.
Got to keep this guy off the bases. Blue Jays have done a good job first 2 games so far. Kiermaier's over. Keep him off the bases. He just causes so much havoc with his speed when he's on base.
Luke gets a piece of it, and that's going to go as a base hit. Boy, Aaron Luke swiped at it and just slowed it down to keep it away from Devin Travis, and with Kiermaier's speed, it was academic after that.
If he comes up with it, he's out. If he lets it go, I think he's out. You can see Devin Travis is there. He would make that play, but he just knocks it into no man's land, and with that great speed, watch how he comes out of that box flying. Makes it easy.
So the leadoff man aboard for Evan Longoria. Breaking pitch for a strike. Longoria struck out his last time up. He homered in the first, a 2-run home run. That tied it. Longoria in his 10th season with the Rays. He's 4 for 7 against Aaron Loup over his career. Loup picked off Peter Borges in the 7th. It looked like it ended the inning as Borges was called out at second, but the Rays challenged the call and it was overturned. Longoria fouls it off Saltalamacchia. 1-2.
Not really sure if he's going to be running just yet with Longoria. They might wait to see what he's doing.
So far, Kiermaier has been breaking back to first.
On every pitch, every time he picks that front leg up.
Yeah, he hasn't really solved the move of Loup just yet. That's why a lot of runners will just go on the first move and hope they can guess right.
Mm-hmm.
Loup strikes out Longoria. You can see Kiermaier shuffling his feet over at first. He's not comfortable at all. Rocco Baldelli, first base coach, trying to help him out.
Well, Aaron's got that leg lift where it looks like he's coming over to first base and he just freezes that runner. I swear, whenever he picks up that leg, it's like he's stepping over to first base. And here he comes.
Logan Morrison gets jammed again and drops it in front of Bautista. He's not hitting it hard tonight, but he's 2 for 2.
This season is off to a good start, hitting over 400. Aaron Loup gets inside there. Fastball hits it off the label. Finishes his swing, and he's got another hit.
Morrison had a pinch hit RBI bloop single off of Joe Smith in the 3-run 6th inning, and now he's got a base hit to right. Catcher Derek Norris. He is 0 for 2 officially. He's had a walk and a sac fly, a couple of strikeouts. Kiermaier maybe more of a threat to steal third than he was to steal second.
Keep an eye on him.
Devin Travis trying to keep him close at second.
There he goes, heads up.
He was on his way, wasn't he?
Be careful.
If Saltalamacchia had made that throw back to the pitcher, Kiermaier was gone. But Salty kept his eye on Kiermaier. He took a couple of steps toward third.
The last pitch, watch the run. The last pitch he floated back towards second. Or excuse me, back to the mound. And I think that's what Kiermaier keyed on. That lob ball back to the pitcher. He's a daring base runner.
He had 21 stolen bases last year. There he goes. No chance for Saltalamacchia. It's a called strike on Norris. Kiermaier picks up his second stolen base of the season.
Watch how quickly he accelerates. Takes off on that first movement. That was right after Aaron had that inside move. And he makes it easily. 21 steals last year.
Base hit to right. Kiermaier's going to come home. Norris picks up his second RBI of the night.
That's why it's imperative to keep him off the bases. You can just see how he just changes the complexion of everybody's at bat and what happens in the inning. With his speed, you get more fastballs for those hitters. Eric Norris knows what to do with that fastball. Kiermaier can trot home. That's 10 runs now.
Kiermaier got it started. He hit that grounder off the glove of Aaron Loup. Brad Miller. Miller had a 2-run double in the first. Miller strikes out, second out of the inning. Loup has 4 strikeouts, but he's given up a run here on 3 hits in the Bottom of the 8th.
Those add-on runs, boy. Late add-on runs. Tough to overcome.
Tim Beckham. He's 1 for 3. Blocked by Saltalamacchia. He smothered that breaking ball into dirt. Ball into strike. Saltalamacchia making his first start of the season.
Get down. Block it. Textbook right there. Lean over that ball just a little bit, so if it hits your chest protector, it just bounces right in front of you.
Pretty good changeup right there. Loop's got a nice 3-pitch mix. Fastball, slider, changeup, and changeup really effective against the right-handed hitters.
Yeah, he can bury that fastball in there. We've seen him do that already tonight. He can sweep that breaking ball to righties and catch the outside corner. But they might have gone right back to the changeup again.
Two outs, bottom of the 8th. The Rays have added a run here in the 8th. It's now 10-8 Tampa Bay. There go the runners, and it's a strikeout. Beckham strikes out. Loop strikes out the side, but Tampa Bay gets an extra run. They score a run on 3 hits, and we will go to the 9th. Smoke, Carrera, and Saltalamacchia for the Jays. $11 hits tonight, and they've driven the ball well. Extra base hits, hit a couple of home runs. Hitters starting to come around a little bit, but unfortunately the pitching had a rough night for both ball clubs. 18 runs on 24 hits in this game, and it has not been pretty.
Couple of wild pitches, couple of pass balls. How many walks?
There were 12 walks. 7 and 5, I believe.
12, yes. 7 by the Blue Jays, 5 by the Rays, 12 total.
Troy Tulowitzki, he had a breakout night. Tulo hit a 2-run double in the first to give the Blue Jays a 2-0 lead. Then he hit his first home run of the season, a leadoff homer in the 4th. Tulowitzki is 2 for 4 tonight with a walk. Alex Colomé got the final out of the 8th inning. He got Tulowitzki to ground out to end the inning. Last year, he was 6 for 6 in saves over an inning. Josh Donaldson, he too hit his first home run of the season. A deep drive over the wall in center field back in the 8th. Donaldson also doubled and walked. Great pitching matchup tomorrow. Chris Archer will go to the mound against the Blue Jays. Aaron Sanchez.
Fastball carrying into the zone. There's Aaron. You know, he's fired up and ready to go tomorrow.
Marco Estrada will make his second start of the season on Sunday, and there's Chris Archer. Jake Odorizzi on the left will pitch on Sunday against Estrada.
Should be another good game. I mean, just like the series against Baltimore, where every game is close. Whenever these two teams hook up, it's usually a pretty good game.
Smoke called out. The Cleveland Indians are out in Arizona. They're in the top of the 5th, and Cleveland has a 3-2 lead. That's just a reminder to let you know that that's coming up next on Sportsnet Central. Sportsnet Central will come up after this game, and the Indians Diamondbacks will be on Sportsnet 1. Make sure you check that out. Arizona's off to a 3-1 start. Cleveland perfect at 3-0.
They're scoring some runs, the Arizona Diamondbacks, aren't they?
Roberto Osuna will throw a simulated game tomorrow afternoon before the scheduled game. Everything has progressed well for Osuna, and after a simulated game on Saturday, he should be able to be activated on Tuesday night when the Blue Jays open at home against Milwaukee.
Simulated game is they're just going to simulate game situations right here. They'll have Osuna throwing, they'll have a catcher, and they'll have batters. Blue Jay batters, guys, you know, maybe Ryan Goins, maybe Darwin Barney, maybe one of the regulars who want to see Osuna, and he will simulate an inning where he'll go out there and he'll throw all of his pitches, game speed, against live hitters.
Inside, 2-2 to Ezekiel Carrera. Russell Martin got the night off. Should be back in there tomorrow with Sanchez on the mound. Bounced off home plate. Colomé throws in time, 2 down. Jared Saltalamacchia trying to get aboard for Kevin Pillar. Saltalamacchia had a base hit in the 6th. Colomé is dotting the I on that outside corner.
It's like a backup cutter that he is throwing to those left-handed hitters. He's also carrying that fastball through the strike zone. When he went into the bullpen last year, his velocity went up just a little bit. His strikeout rate went up just a little bit. And the transition to full-time reliever has worked for him.
He averaged 11.3 strikeouts per 9 innings last year. Had 71 strikeouts in 56 2/3 innings. That allowed him to save 37 games for Tampa. Blue Jays are down to their final strike. On the ground, Miller from shallow right throws to first, and that's the ball game. Hollerate picks up his 3rd save of the season. As the hitters tonight, they had center stage on both sides of the diamond.
Blue Jays had the lead. They gave it right back in the 1st inning. They clawed back, got the lead late, but just could not hold on against Tampa Bay. This is, like we said earlier, a heavyweight fight, both going at each other. Blue Jays come back tomorrow. It should be a great pitching matchup tomorrow.
We'll be right back here tomorrow night, and it is a great pitching matchup. Aaron Sanchez will go up against Chris Archer. First 2 have been split, 1 game apiece. Stay tuned. Sportsnet Central coming right up. Over on Sportsnet 1, you can see more baseball. Cleveland in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks.